Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we are doing today is we will be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that. The other giveaway we're doing right now is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. But let me know how you're feeling today. Scale of 1 to 10. We've got a lot of emotions that are coming up. Everybody just strap in. I feel like there's a lot. So I want to explain why you may be feeling very emotional right now. So over the last few days, we've had a few different things happening. Obviously, we've moved into Taurus season. A lot of those lessons have been coming through in the cards, working on the difference between tenacity and stubbornness, working often on the paradox that those with Taurus placements often have to face as it relates to working in majestic energy. Identifying comfortability is an intriguing aspect, because when we're working in terms of seeking comfort, our ability to find comfort is directly proportional to how much discomfort we're able to navigate, right? It's funny like that, how that works. But the thing about that we're effectively seeing is it's plow energy. It's about the energy and the effort that it takes to move something forward. It's the commitment to ourselves. It's the commitment to those around us. It's working in the space of tenacity. And I do feel like there's something that is very fortifying about the energy that we're currently experiencing, but it's fortification through heavy emotion. You know, the message that kept on coming through yesterday across all of the frequencies when I was reading was the fact or the aspect that these are working on lessons of the Stoic heart. And we talk a lot about this here. There's a misunderstanding that we often experience when we talk about Stoic journeys. Something about the modern day has come through with the misconception that Stoic means like a rock, right? Like granite, something that is unfeeling, something that is numb. There's nothing Stoic about being numb, right? It's not strong to be numb. It's disassociating. And we talk a lot about the fact that when we're going through a healing journey, we identify the difference between something that feels like it's circumventing, right? The being wary of the spiritual journey that just makes it feel like you got earmuffs on. You're just going like la 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 to anything that doesn't feel like you want to deal with it, versus understanding that those places are often exactly where the work begins, right? Because it's messy. It's about getting your hands dirty. And when we talk about, and there was a lot of this coming through the readings yesterday, when we talk about non-attachment, the reason we say non-attachment and not disassociation is that non-attachment isn't about being numb. It's not about caring. It's caring about the things that are the energetic priority. Because when we build into a healthy manifestation, it's often not about what we have to take on, right? It's not about trying to be something that we're not, or trying to like move in accordance with in directions that feels like completely oppositional to us. It's recognizing what feels like it's holding us back. It's understanding what it feels like we need to shed, what false conceptions, what anxieties, what fears, what communication blockages, right? It's the work of understanding the non-attachment, what one needs to let go of. And that's a lot of the conversations that we've been talking to and through about warrior lessons. Because warriors, the thing that separates a warrior from a fighter is the ability to understand that the idea or the idea of surrender is not one that you give up, but the surrender that allows you to see something with a greater sense of clarity. So I keep on getting that, particularly, especially with Venus moving into Aries over the last few days, this is also potentially recognizing the wounds in the heart space. Here's the thing about the emotions. We talk about it here. The emotions, they live in the past. You're not going to have emotions for something that's ahead of you. So sometimes emotions, like this is why we talk about the fact that emotions are a drag. We don't mean emotions are a drag like they stink, and sometimes they do, but emotions are a drag because they're always trying to catch up with where we are, right? They're drag energy. It's the tail of the comet that often feels like it's holding us, like pulling us back in the directionality that from which we came. But that's why we've been talking a lot about the aspect of perception, that when we honor our emotions, it's not just doing what our emotions tell us to do all the time. Honoring the emotions is not doing what the emotions dictate, because you have to look at the emotions like one would child energy, right? And what do children what do children do? Anyone who's had experience with children know that children want things, but sometimes it's not about just allowing. Like when you're healing a child energy, you don't give the child everything they want, because sometimes we have to work into the space of helping the child recognize something that they desire that isn't energetically healthy for them. So when we think about our emotions in that same vector, when we honor emotions, right? Because much like children, when a child comes up to you with a need, you don't just say, go away, right? What do? You listen to the child. And oftentimes you have to give them a better idea, right? Sometimes you say, okay, I know you want that, but we're going to do this instead, right? You move closer to what it is that they want. Because when the emotions demand things, we honor them by not hearing the volume that they're at. We listen to what they're asking for, right? What is occurring under the surface, understanding the nature of the need. And this is really important. And I also want to point out that I got to explain the frequencies right now, because the frequencies are all going through these journeys, but they're asynchronous lessons, which says that they're all going through the same work in different ways. Now, I'm going to start with the energy deep within divine union. And I'm going to tell you right now, the energy going through it right now is the energy coming into divine union. Just to give you an insight, again, it's not like any of these frequencies are better or worse, right? It's just to show you right now, because the one that might be going through the most difficulty right now is the energy coming into divine union, not the energy in separation. Now, let's first talk about what's happening right now with energy deep within divine union. Energy deep within in divine union is working on recognizing and understanding blockages in order to navigate what those changes need to be, in order to bring something into a better sense of peace. They're heavy in Taurus journeys right now. And the thing with Taurus journeys that we just talked about, I keep on seeing the energy right now deep within divine union is in temperance energy. Temperance energy with like a bit of Two of Pentacles in it. So there's some Gemini lessons happening there too, because it's navigating the paradox that in order to find a deeper sense of comfort, what do you have to do? You have to have the ability to push out of your comfort zone, right? Like it's working through that paradox of comfort, right? You don't know the comfort you can have unless you're willing to push yourself a little bit further. It's a little bit of that. It's working in that lean energy. But and this is also why we see, because that's why I see that there's a lot of that conversation that we have when it comes to Taurus cycles as it relates, and we've all seen it, right? The happy Taurus versus the sad Taurus is much like the happy Leo versus the sad Leo, right? The Taurus that has learned to navigate their own discomfort, that finds the ability to seek comfort anywhere they go, right? being able to create that sense of luxury. That's why the Taurus energy is the energy of majesty. It's majestic stuff because that ability, that ability to bear weight, right? That's why the Taurus energy is held in the shoulders. It allows for the ability to step outside the comfort zone because when you're taking on more weight, you're always, you're not trying to overbear, right? But you're always looking to push something in a certain way. So that's where we get why we often have the association for Taurus energy about having tenacity. So when we see Taurus energy in a healthy space, you almost see Taurus that is embracing that feeling of tenacity because it is that energetic force of consistency by which you put something towards it that shows that you're not feared, you're not moving out of a fear of uncomfortability, right? Now, when we find ourselves, and this is the difference effectively between a groove and a rut, because when we're feeling a groove, right, when we're moving into that groove, we're always moving something, we're always working into that space of pushing out a little bit, right, finding that energetic sweet spot, but finding those comfortability points that allow us for that space of doing something over and over and over again that feels like it fortifies and sustains us. That's now what do we identify as a rut? Like the anti-groove. It's something that we do because it's our comfort zone, but we're afraid to step out of the comfort zone. We're afraid of ruining the stagnating comfort in the space of energetic safety. So a lot of the work that we see that for the energy deep within divine union is doing right now is they're observing uncomfortable situations, either in the self or surrounding the self, to identify and recognize where the work begins. If it's an inside problem, something that they need to work on within the self to move something into deeper state of comfortability, or if it's something outside the self, something that they need to move away from, or they have to put application of effort into in order to come into that greener pasture, if you will. And this is the gift that we see that occurs when we're in healthy partnership, because the gift of being in healthy partnership is you have someone to help you check the ego, right? Because when we build into healthy partnership, it doesn't feel like we're dancing on eggshells around each other. And often what happens if your ego's too big, nobody can talk to you. Okay. And this is the difficulty. This is what we always need to avoid when we're in a healthy, like when we're working towards things, because often when you're deep in your ego, it's not because like the energy around you is copacetic. It's because they're operating in a space of fear. And when energy's afraid of you, they keep away from you. And that's where we see that the danger of having too big of ego is it ruins your ability to see. So that's why we see that the gift of the energy deep within divine union is building into the energetic relationship where you can understand that your ego is in check because you always see the ability to be able to hash something out, right? That when we're in a space where we don't get defensive, when we don't get protective, but we become energetically adaptable, we're already welcoming in a lot of the lessons that we're going to be talking about in Gemini season. It allows us to be able to more easily identify where the work is. We effectively become more pragmatic in our journeys because, again, what are the energies deep within divine union doing? Practicing unattachment that allows for easy disassembling and reassembling. Taurus into Gemini. Energy coming into divine union right now, this is the most difficult energy I'm seeing right now. And if you're experiencing this as someone coming into divine union, I need you to keep on reaffirming that I do not want you projecting right now. You are clearing the heart and throat chakra because I just keep on seeing that a lot of that energy, these are the chariot partnerships that we identified that were occurring that were coming together all the way leading up to the moment that Mercury and Venus woke up or came out of retrograde a few weeks ago. This energy I keep on seeing has never reached a point of safety like they found right now. They found the sanctum of partnership. The reason that we were identifying these as chariot partnerships is they finally feel like they found a place where they are standing on firm ground. It allows them to go inward, and that often can trigger a heart opening. But what happens in the moment that we trigger a heart opening? Things that we didn't know we were carrying start coming out. We are miraculous creatures. We have this amazing ability that we can be holding on to trauma. The body hides trauma from us. when it feels like we're in a battlefield, when we feel energetically stressed. That's often why when we enter healthy partnership, when everything's going fine, that's when we can sometimes become the most vulnerable, because that feeling of safety almost unlocks the heart space. It allows a lot of that work to start to begin. And that can sometimes feel destabilizing. Just like I said, the energy right now, deep within divine union, working through assembly, right? The assembling of the solid foundation that immediately creates a disassembling, the opening up of the heart space. I'm going to tell you right now, if there's energy that's not ready to be in that point of stability, this could have some energy falling back into separation, like almost like having an energetic freak out and pulling out of the safest thing they've ever found. But that's why we see that that stabilization point, the energy that's able to maintain that right now, is working through heart to throat chakra. Because when we have, when we're healing, when we're having a heart opening, it's very important that we're not reactive to it. We have to articulate through it, because when we articulate through it, we're able to stabilize upon it. So this is the energy that is not, and when we react to it, we start projecting the past into the present. So that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy, being able to talk something through and almost saying to counterpart, I don't know why I'm so emotional right now. The counterpart, acting as a clear mirror, says, I do. You've been holding on to that for a very long time. So there's something, again, this is the energy that is finding that celebration point, because while it may be painful, they're finding that point of stabilization through the heart opening that's not making them fall back into separation. Via V, healing the wounds of intimacy. This brings us to the energy in separation. And the energy in separation right now, I keep on laughing every time I read this energy, is because every time I read into this energy right now, they're in magician energy. And the thing is, it feels like they're in magician energy almost as like a form of riot. Like, because it's a very raucous energy right now, because I'm seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, this is energy that is healing from what I was identifying as whim relationships. And these past relationships, do you remember all those lessons in the chariot energy, that the consistency that we give to one another in partnership isn't a nice to have, it's a need to have. And in fact, it's actually worse to be in something that is good but inconsistent than being in something that's bad all the time. Because at least if something's bad, you can predicate what's going to happen. When you're in a relationship that is good but inconsistent, it's upon another's whim, it's upon another's discretion. It creates a lot of instability for one person in the relationship, because one person feels great, they have something when they need anytime they want it, and the other person doesn't know what's happening. So that's why we see, and especially if these were relationships where one person was articulating and saying they were in a point of distress, and the other person was saying you're making a big deal out of nothing, it was almost the energy that recognizes the fact that they were living in two completely separate realities. And in that moment, we see that there's a lot of this energy that's coming into their authenticity, because this could have even felt like when we're often in those situations, when those whim energies, right? They can feel more like someone who like moves away from us every time we're not operating in the space of ideal, right? If you try to articulate a frustration, they say again, that's not very dream of you, and they go away. Remembering, we talked about the fact that healthy spiritual journey isn't about avoiding work. It's about recognizing what's important and where you get your hands dirty. So this is why we see that there's a lot of energy right now in separation that's moving into partnership, getting their hands dirty on themselves. And what are they saying? I'm sick of this. And often we can identify that a healthy manifestation, when we're moving into it, the first thing we say is, I'm sick of this, because it doesn't require us to be something that we aren't. It requires us to shed what we are not. So a lot of that energy may be saying right now, I'm sick of trying to live to expectations that are outside the self. I'm sick of feeling like I'm performing the act of the self in order to try to bring a person to me. And it's in that moment that they let it go that they're able to be seen. Because this is the higher self that says finally. Because when we shed the expectations of others, we start to embrace our own majesty. So again, the disassembling, right, that is allowing for the assembly of the self. All of this work and building into majesty. And so I see a lot of this energy and separation that's not, feels like they're not even trying, right? They've thrown in the towel, but that is the energy of majesty. because that's the energy that says, I'm just going to stop trying. And in the minute they stop trying, the higher self says, thank goodness they've started being. Now they can finally see one another. And so we see that that's that energy that like they're coming towards each other and they feel like they're hot messes. And all the counterpart sees is says, wow, look how much, look at that majesty. Look how much they are in a space of easement with their own energy. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. We've got 3 cards today for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a free reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. We're already at 4.6K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're also doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read, a free reading for the highest gifter. I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. For those who are joining us across the other apps, welcome. Hi there, Maharana. Hello there, Lukiol. If I'm saying your name incorrectly at any point, feel free to correct me. You can also get on the list today. All you need to do is head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Guys, please welcome our moderator, Kay Megan, into the room as well. Thank you for your help today, Kay. And as I mentioned, I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. Hi there, Sandra. Welcome, studio. Lolly, how are you doing today? Jay, Sek, how are you doing as well? Hi there, V. So good to see you today. And welcome, Kay. Always a joy. Good to see you, Adam. V, I'm feeling so sleepy, but feeling a bit better. I think it's because Venus and Neptune are conjunct right now. It's like, it's drowsy. It's drowsy stuff. Money. Hi there, Brian. And thank you, Ello. Hi there, Perks. Thank you for the follow, Unwell. Arrows. The child, hold on a moment. The child also doesn't have to listen to the parents all the time. Very true, right? That's the thing with the emotions. You can't tell me what to do. I like the emotions are like, I'm leaving. Who says the parent is always correct? Now, I mean, that, and this is, you're exactly right, Eros. You're completely right. But this is why, and this is what we talk about with honoring the emotions, right? We talk to them. We figure it out. We say, is this a me problem or is this a them problem? Because again, what do we say when the emotions are holding on to something? We look at them and we say, are you holding on to it? And this is how we can usually identify if what the emotions are holding on to is something sacred or something coming from the ego, right? When the emotions are holding on to something, the higher self will say, sit down. We can talk about this. I can tell you exactly why that this is something that we can't let go of, right? Being able to ascertain the sacredness of the things that we hold on to that helps the higher self be seen with more clarity versus the ego. What does the ego say? I want it that way. Why? Because I want it that way. No, I want it that way. Hi there, V. Good to see you today, Kellen. Can the child have their own opinion? Always. This is what we mean when we talk about honoring the emotions, much like we honor children, right? And that's why we don't articulate. We always explain something. We always work in the place of clarity and understanding. When we give someone clarity and understanding, we honor them, even if we don't agree with them. And thank you as well, Kay. Thank you. Heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Catherine, it's true. I opened my heart and a lot of judgment came out, anger specifically. And that's the thing. Sometimes we don't know what's in there, right? Sometimes we're like, wow, I did not know I was holding on to that. Okay, you've been holding on to that for a very long time. Sending you support and thank you. Bam. Thank you, Unique. Catherine, I love you. Great. Oh, thank you. You're such an inspiration. Thank you for making a space, safe space. Thank you. The highest honor you can give me is telling me that you find that this is a safe space. So thank you for being here, and thank you for being a part of it, and thank you to help for helping create it. You can absolutely get on the list today for a mod reading. Okay, I've got you on the list. You'll be the third person read for today. All right. Hi there, Kirby. Good welcome, Christine. And Grand Rising, Elisa. Good to see you, Susie. How are you doing? Thank you, Christine, for the follow. As I mentioned, hi there, Maharana. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And uh Lucio, again, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please correct me. I do not speak French, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the rose, and I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. As I mentioned, for those who are across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the fourth person read for. We are going to get started. If you'd like to get on the list, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. Being Malayo, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. I'm happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, past life readings, life path readings, love readings. If you have information, you can find the full list of readings over on my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purpose of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream interpretation or the dream you'd like me to interpret, or if there's a past life regression you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and post it there in the designated channels. Couple of updates before we move into the collective today. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you who joined us in our recent class on the Hanged Man card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Death card. Don't worry, it's not that scary. We're going to go through, we are going to be studying the history of that card, the symbology of that card. I am going to be working you guys through spread applications, so helping you understand how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best in giving you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning each class. But now is a great time to join if you wanted to catch up, because you got about a couple weeks left before our next class. You could sit down and have about 3 classes per week, so you'd be nice and boned up before our next class. And you'll also have access to the one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we are studying or have currently studied. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to use those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. You will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 9 hours worth of material. 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also, and even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. Yeah, you can. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you brief recaps on what we've been seeing energetically every few weeks. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking um, a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey on a budget. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. That is you can purchase those per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. If you'd like to see the full list of things you can have readings for, you can head over to my tree that has binks in it. You'll see them all listed there. And I'm going to take a moment or two to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates. Nettie, you can absolutely get on the list. All you need to do is head over to the tree that has binks in it in the profile, and you can send the donation there, and you'll be the 4th person read for. And thank you again, K. Megan, for all of your help today. Thank you, Christine, for the follow. And just a reminder, friends, we've got 2 different giveaways we're doing right now. Most importantly, we are going to be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to, and also we're doing one for when we get to 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Just bear with me one moment as we begin. There we go. All right, let's get to it. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Why don't we get started? Grand Rising, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, May 2nd, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are, I am not surprised to see these cards. These cards should look familiar because they have been popping up in our reads the last few days like wildfire. We have here the 9 of Wands in its upright in combination with the Justice card in its reversal. Working through, I keep on seeing there's a lot, and I think the reason we're having so much of this heart opening that's happening right now is due to the fact that Mars has moved into Leo. There's a lot of work I keep on seeing that's happening right now as it relates to navigating sensitive subjects, working through a lot of sensitivity. But we've been talking a lot about this in the readings recently. What is the difference between healthy spirituality and bypassing, right? When we're in a space of bypassing, we don't want to navigate anything that feels energetically uncomfortable, right? It's a lot of this, like, it's earmuff energy. You just close your ears and you just go, bah, bah, bah. You know what I mean? It's a lot of that. But when we're working on something, right? When we're really working in that space of trying to fix something, trying to heal something, it allows for that adaptability. It allows for that point of pragmatism. Because, and again, what is often the thing that you hear that demarcates a healthy healing journey? It's not about me. It's not about you, right? This is what we mean when we talk about unattachment or non-attachment. Non-attachment is not the same as disassociation, because disassociation is the articulation of saying, I don't care, I don't feel, right? Unattachment is the definition of what is important, that allows for the things that are not important to move away from the self, right? It's like that. It's that work of shedding and refining the layers of the self that help us get deeper into the heart of the things that have meaning. And that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of the work, what's separating this Taurus season from a lot of other Taurus seasons that we've experienced is, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that, and I got to say this, my heart goes out to those with Taurus placements right now, because with so many planets, like much like I was saying the same thing, and my heart was going out to those Pisces who just went through their season at a time when all the planets were yo-yoing back and forth on the meridian of their sign, right? A lot of abandonment wounds potentially being triggered at that time. For those with Taurus placements, it could be feeling like there's a lot of red flags everywhere because of all of the profundity of the planets that are moving into Aries, right? It's like everything, it's like triggers everywhere. But what is important, and we talk about this, when we see triggers, but we don't act on them, we see ourselves more clearly, right? And so it's a lot of, that's why I keep on hearing that this is the Taurus season with the lessons of the Stoic heart, because what you see outside the self can be heartbreaking, but it doesn't break you, right? It builds into that context of recognizing and identifying what it is that is important, right? It's a lot of that work in the space of perseverance and what it takes to get there. Now, this is occurring right now for all of the frequencies, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, starting with the energy and separation right now. There it is. I got to tell you guys, and if you missed yesterday's podcast, make sure that you head over to our Substack and go take a look at yesterday's spread, because we just pulled the Devil card in its reversal. And this is very intriguing because this same card was in our reading yesterday, deeper, right below where it is now. So there's a lot of healing right now. There's healing moving up and down the frequencies, but the healing is coming via the determination it takes to find stabilization during a heart opening. And what do you need when you find stabilization during a heart opening? You don't react to it, right? Because when you have a heart opening, the first thing that comes out is often the pain that you're carrying. But when you don't react to it, you articulate through it, you effectively heal it. So, and I just keep on seeing there's some energy right now that has reached a point where instead of reacting to something, they're talking about it. And even there, they're like, almost like apologizing. I keep on hearing this energy that's almost like, for the energy and separation, be like, sorry if I sound annoyed when I'm talking about something. And I almost hear the energy and separation going, no, the annoyance that you're expressing is absolutely refreshing. Why? Because it's a relief when someone says, thank you for letting me know you feel that way. We often say it's a relief because it's recognizing someone who talks through what they feel instead of going off the deep end, is what I keep on hearing. And this is what happens, right? This is what we talk about working in the context of not self-sabotaging. It's not easy. Do you think people want to self-sabotage? No. The song you hear as you self-sabotage is I'm terrified, right? Because it's letting energetic fear get the better of you. It's letting anxiety win out to a certain extent. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's and I think that this is really important, because I just keep on hearing that a lot of the energy right now in separation is like it's saying to me, it's irascible, right? It's like it's saying they're working through um they're working through moving towards their manifestation because they've gotten the ick for something. And this is why I keep on describing it as being magician energy, because they're looking for authenticity. They're looking for authentic connection. And so what are they doing? They're becoming sick of being someone that they're not, right? Seek and you shall find. The journey of a healthy manifestation is not what you look for, it's who you become on the journey of arriving there. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something, I keep on seeing there's something very refreshing in some of these new relationships that are happening. There's something I want to say, and I want to describe it is the energy feels like they're being humble, but they're actually being majestic, because I just keep on seeing the energy that is coming towards each other with the exhaustion of the nonsense of feeling like they have to perform the act of the self instead of just being in authenticity. Like, why I keep on hearing the energy say, like, why can't we just skip to the good part? And so like that's why I see the gift of this energy right now is they're almost like it feels like a little bit of like an old friend kind of vibe, right? Because they're getting to know each other in like authentic ways. And it's difficult because they're still feeling triggered, right? But what are they saying as they're moving towards one another? Rejection is an illusion. If someone sees you in your authenticity, and remembering this doesn't mean that you're slacking, right? It doesn't mean that like it doesn't mean that you're just not trying. But if you are proud of the things that you're doing, then you celebrate the ability of showing another who you are, and you let go of the expectation or the anxiety of how another person receives it, because we talked a lot about here that when we're moving into the context, and this is why we mean unattachment, if I have no control over how you feel about me except for confusion, if the only feeling that I generate in you is confusion because I can always bring the relief of understanding to it, then that is the energy that's remembering their own energetic commitment to themselves, not feeling like they need to bend over backwards and try to change into something they're not to meet another's expectations, because that's an impossible race, right? You can't please everybody. Now, for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, two cards to clarify. This is what I told you. This is just to show you, not these are not qualitative in terms of one being better or worse. The energy right now coming into divine union, going through what feels like a breakthrough and a breakdown simultaneously. Yep, there it is. World card. Yep. World card in its reversal in combination with the four of swords in its upright. I keep on hearing the violence of peace, right? This is what we talk about when we talk about making peace, because everything I keep on seeing for the energy that is coming into divine union, this is the energy saying, how are you doing? I've never been better. But at the same time, I'm an absolute mess. Why is the energy saying I've never been better? I'm an absolute mess, because they're going through the process of finally being able to heal something that they've been carrying for a long time. Didn't even know they were carrying it, right? These are old wounds rising to the surface. The body keeps score, right? And so when we find, this is why we heal. We don't heal from trauma to make room for more trauma. That's easy, right? Trauma begets trauma. But when we're healing from trauma, we find peace. But then the work begins. All of that stuff we've been carrying. So I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of, and I keep on seeing that this is the beauty, the partnerships. And I'm going to tell you right now, if someone's not ready for that, they may fall back into separation if they're acting out and they're replaying, because this is what we do, right? When we start replaying the traumas and the triggers from the past, when we react to it, we bring the past with us, like into the sanctum, right? But when we articulate through it, when we sing to it, right, when we speak about it, we allow another person to be able to embrace us as we do, and thereby we're able to heal from it. So I keep on seeing that, and I'm going to tell you right now, I wish I could say that these were situations where, and I gotta put, I want to say every time I keep drawing for the energy right now, coming into divine union, I keep on getting 3 out of 4 ain't bad, which is saying to me that a good portion of that energy is maintaining into the energetic consistency. There are some situations where I see some energy falling back out of separation because they weren't ready to maintain that frequency, right? But this is why I think that this is beautiful, because I keep on getting the message that a majority of it is holding stable in that energetic space. That brings us to um, the energy that is deep within divine union right now. And there we've got the 9 of Wands in its upright in combination with our Justice card in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification. There it is. I like that Chariot card. I love seeing this Chariot card popping back out. We had it yesterday. I want you to make sure, if you're looking, if you've been following along, I would definitely encourage you to go look at yesterday's spread in combination to this today's spread, because we're seeing a lot of the same cards, but not just the same cards in the same direction, which says, I told you, there's a lot of this work that we're navigating right now as it relates to the gift of being energetically consistent. And this is why I also see that there's a lot of that work that also articulates upon non-attachment, right? Because when I keep on getting the space when this is the difference I keep on hearing between, and it's actually interesting because this was coming in even before I started the reading. The difference between waiting and patience is identified with work, right? When you're waiting for something, it implies that you're not doing anything, right? It's not an activation energy, right? And that's why when we're in relationships, and we can often articulate something is energetically wrong when we feel like we're waiting for something to change. That's outside of the self, right? It's like it's a sedentary state. We never wait in manifestation. We're patient in our manifestations. Now, what is the difference between waiting and patience? Patience is working through frustration. Okay? Patience is identifying, and again, it's putting in that energetic space. It's seeing, and all of these lessons I told you, and it's actually interesting because I told you it has to do with a little bit of the misconception that those around Aries are with Aries in the space of patience. Okay, Aries don't like waiting for things, right? Often Aries are articulated as being impatient energy. It's not the case. Aries, and I'll challenge you, go find yourself an Aries, right? Aries don't like waiting for things to change so they don't see a progress to them. Aries are incredibly patient when they see that the patience is paying off, right? Aries are often involved in the spaces of identifying the sacred breath. Okay? And what is the sacred breath? Do that again. Wait, no, do that again. No, do it again. Do it again. Because when we are patient, right? And we're towards progress, we are becoming, then that is the manifestation that is activating, because that is the perseverance that is required to create change. So that's why we see here, like a lot of the messages that we're having as it relates to like Aries is saying, make no mistake, it's not that Aries lacks patience, it's that Aries has a very refined taste as it relates to seeing observable change, not waiting for energy. Aries will never wait. Aries are like, this is a waste of my time, because a lot of Aries come here working against Saturn, right? Like Aries often come here feeling like they're battling Saturn. Aries are like, I don't have time for this, versus I'm going, wait, do that again, right? No, do that. There's something there, right? There's something that's changing, right? The ability of identifying and recognizing progress and the patience that it takes as we persevere towards our manifestation goals. And this is why I keep on hearing for the energy right now. I can almost hear the counterparts talking to one another. And what are they saying to one another? Never waiting, always patient. Never waiting, always patient. Because when we wait for things, when we are in relationship and we feel like we're waiting for something, guess what? You're holding a recipe for bitterness. Would you like to see my recipe card for how to create bitterness? This is your recipe card for how to create bitterness. Be in a relationship where you're waiting for something that you haven't articulated upon. I guarantee you, give it a few weeks. Put it in a dark room. You're gonna have bitterness. You're gonna have a whole lot of bitterness, right? But this is why I hear the partners, the counterparts saying to one another, never waiting, always patient. Because when we're patient with one another, right, we identify the progress. We identify what we're building towards. We see that incremental work. And that is that energy that is the commitment of the counterparts working in those temperance, right? What are the lessons of temperance? These are all connected to the Taurus energy. Never waiting, always patient, not waiting for things to change that seem like they're not going to change, identifying where the work is and continuing to put that power of persistent pressure, moving things in the directionality that you aspire to move them. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, why do I hear never waiting, always patient? Because the reason the energy is having the ability to navigate the trauma that they're storing, it's not happening. It's never going to happen again, right? And often, like, that's why we need to be. This is why the body holds on to some energy. It holds on to some pain, often without us even realizing it, because you can't heal on a battlefield. It's not safe. The body's like, I'm sorry, I have to give you now. I'm sorry, I have to take this. I'm sorry, this has to arrive now. It seems like it's an inconvenient time, but it's because it's a safe time. And this is why we heal. We don't heal to be able to take on more trauma. We heal to navigate what comes out of us once we find the peace, all of that stuff we've been holding on to be able to start that sorting process. And that's why I keep on seeing that what's beautiful about this for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, you know, talking to it, talking through it instead of reacting to it. That is how we maintain a consistent vibration. That is how we hold into the constancy, because that is the energy that says, this isn't a fluke. This is reality. That was the fluke. This is the good part. This is the stabilization point. That is not what I exist within. So when we find that stabilization point, what do we say? We say, stay, like when the trauma comes out, we say, stay behind me, right? That's in the past. So I see that a lot of that energy is working in that space of feeling the embrace of the counterpart that helps them build into the present, that lets them, reminds them that whatever's coming out is something that is behind them, not before them. Continuing to get clarification. And in the moment that they realize that, then they're able to energetically heal. While for masculine and feminine energy that is in separation, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation right now, there's a lot of this work that we're seeing to a certain extent in relationality to working through and navigating. And this is why I think it's really interesting, because I just keep on seeing that a lot of this energy right now in separation is, I just want to describe it. It's like they're getting the ick, right? When you're having a healthy manifestation, it doesn't require you to disassociate. It doesn't require you to feel less. It requires you to feel more. And so I keep on seeing a lot of this energy right now. There's some energy in separation that's just saying, I can't take it anymore. I'm not going to do it. And this is why they're finding one another, because that ability of saying, I'm just not going to do this, I'm not going to do that, I'm just going to be, and the higher self goes, you're just going to do what? I'm just going to be, I'm just going to be me, right? And it's that energy that goes, or were you about to say you're just going to be me? Were you about to say, like, the higher self goes, were you just about to say you're going to be me? Right? Because in that moment, the higher self goes, why weren't you doing that in the first place? Why weren't you doing that in the first place? Right? The higher self says, fine. Because when we stop trying, we start being, and that's our becoming. Continuing to get clarification between our justice card in combination with our devil card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our moon card. And this is, I just need, and I like to point this out, right? And this is why I keep on seeing that the energy right now in separation is in magician energy. And I know it's going to sound a little paradoxical. What are they moving away from? The magician energy is moving away from illusions. The energy in separation is moving away from illusions, right? It's the understanding, like, listen, here's the simple truth. You want that person? You can have anything you want. The question is not about what you want. It's about what it feels like when you get there. It's about what it feels like when you get there, right? A healthy manifestation is not one that you say, gimme. A healthy manifestation is one that you say to the universe, help me see. Help me find the thing I'm looking for, right? Because often we can tell those journeys where we say, I thought that was I thought that was the person. I thought that was the thing. But then you're off the path when you say, I was in a moment I couldn't recognize myself, right? And this is why I keep on hearing that there's like a lot of energy and separation and deep conversation with the higher self that says, remember, moving towards your divine counterpart will never make you feel like you are lost. It'll make you feel like you are found. It won't make you say, who am I? It'll make you say, there I am. And so that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy, even at this moment, I see some of this energy even contending with situations or circumstances. And I keep on stressing this. And this is why I feel like this could be a little bit of a final blow moment for some of these partnerships. If these energies are finally separating away from a situation and moving towards, and only in that moment someone brings forth the thing that they've been asking for, this is the energy that says that manifestation shouldn't be offered as a conciliation only when someone's in the midst of a breakdown. It shouldn't be used as a bargaining chip. A healthy manifestation isn't a bargaining chip. It's a commitment. But someone who dangles it will offer it like a bargaining chip. But that's why I keep on hearing that energy that says manifestations are not bargaining chips. They're not to be negotiated upon. They're about being worked towards mutually together. So I see I see a lot of closing out of cycles right now and a lot of new authentic ones opening. Continuing to get clarification for the energy coming into divine union between our devil card in its reversal and the world card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Woof, there it is. Page of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Now, this is why, right? I told you all of the frequencies are in communication and relationality to the lessons that they work through. And this is why what is happening right now, this is the energy coming into divine union that finally has that solid ground, right? They finally building into, when we find that solid ground, when we feel that force of what it is that we create for one another, right? Like, this is why I see that a lot of this energy is profoundly healing at this time, because often the problem with being in a traumatic space is you didn't know how good it could be, right? When the good feels so energetically foreign to what it is that you've experienced or known, This is why it's so hard to heal from heavy trauma spaces, because this is the energy. Like, what is the first thing you say as you embark on the healing journey? What is the first thing you will say? If I'd only known, right? So that ability of finding that solid ground, that's sometimes the thing that triggers the heart opening. That's where all that stuff comes out, and it starts and articulates with the point of saying, if I'd only known. So the recognition, right? The insight, and this is what begins the healing process, because you cannot be hard on yourself. You cannot be hard on yourself. And this is what the higher self articulates over and over again. You cannot punish yourself for something that you did not know. But that's why we always do that work of identifying and pushing against our comfort zone. Do you see here? This is why we have to work in accordance with that. That's why we always have to lean out, like pushing ourselves a little further. Because what you will say when you heal is, if I'd only known. And you only know if you're able to identify and push out a little bit on your comfort zone, right? Again, not outside of the context of the higher self, not moving out of accordance or out of alignment with the self, but recognizing the difference between what is comfortable, that keeps you, that you hold on to from a sense of fear, versus what you hold on to because it helps you understand and see yourself with more clarity. While continuing for the energy deep within divine union right now between our world card in its reversal, in combination with our 3 of swords in its upright. One card to clarify. There's that Empress card in its reversal. A lot of this work that I'm seeing here, a lot of this energetic, it is having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And I keep on seeing the thing about, like, a lot of this work that we're doing in relationality to the heart space right now. For masculine and feminine, it's taking on different qualities and characteristics. Remember, I kept on saying that the thing about the lessons right now is they're asynchronous, right? They're all working through the same lesson, like the lesson of the Stoic heart, but it's having different. It's bringing out different qualities and characteristics between masculine and feminine. For masculine, this is not holding the perspective of masculinity outside of the self, but reclaiming it. You know, I almost see here that there's a lot of this energy here reclaiming what it means to be within one's own energetic frequency. And that's why I keep on hearing masculine. I almost feel like the higher self of masculine is saying saying, what made you believe someone had to teach you how to energetically be yourself, right? There's working in terms, I keep on hearing, there's working in terms of understanding. I keep on hearing there's working in terms of understanding the journey of responsibility. Like, these are the things we teach, the values, right? But the segmentation or the separation of emotion is what I keep on seeing that the masculine is trying to claim here. Because I just keep on seeing the masculine saying, as long as I'm articulating upon my feelings and not reacting to them, then it is safe for me to be in them, because I create the safety of being able to contain them and know how to express them. But when someone tells me to deny that I have them, I never let myself feel them. And that without them, when they hit me with, I am powerless against them, is what I keep on hearing. Right? This is the masculine that feels that I can always feel the masculine and feeling the anger of never being allowed to feel something, because the only way you learn to get stronger in something is by embracing it, not pretending that it's not there, right? It's the difference between embracing and suppression. While for feminine, I see that there's a lot of the feminine energy that's working in that same context. It says, my emotions are not an energetic burden to someone that wants the same things as me. But if someone doesn't want the same manifestation as me, they're going to say that I'm a nag, right? They're going to say, like, that's what it's going to say. Like, you're going to sound like a broken record, and you will, right? If someone has a different manifestation from you, and you're always articulating that something is wrong, that it doesn't seem like you're moving in accordance to it, what is the song you'll hear? You're making problems where problems don't exist, because what is that? What is the song? Get used to this. Get used to this. Get used to this, right? Well, this is why we see there's no getting used to anything deep within divine union, because combination between our chariot and the moon card in its upright, 3 of Cups in its upright, the sacred breath of union is never getting used to anything. It's celebrating where something is. It is the need that's met with progress, right? It is the feeling of always being patient and never waiting, because you're not waiting for something that is not there to be there, right? You're not waiting for the rock to turn into a tree. You're constantly changing it. You're constantly adapting. You're in your Gemini energy, right? You make those, you see with clarity where it is that you're going, and you bring it brings out the best in each other, right? It's a lot of that, like, continual change, always patient, never waiting. Continuing to get clarification between our moon card and our page of pentacles in its reversal. That brings us to the Hermit energy in its reversal. That's exactly it. Always patient, never waiting. Always patient, never waiting. Because, and this is the Aries energy that's helping us right now, and this is happening through the frequencies. I like it. Aries is back again. Aries is like, I'm back. You were there, and it was gone again, and now the energy's back in Aries. But this is the difference. Again, I keep on hearing Aries saying, like, listen, don't get me wrong. Aries are like, I am very patient. Aries takes offended by it. Aries says, I'm very patient. I'm never waiting. Because Aries recognizes a difference between having, because I keep on seeing I keep on hearing the energy of Aries saying, this is why warriors work on surrender, right? Because when you're waiting for something to change from something that it's not, that's delusional. Okay, that's delusion. That's delusion. That is delusional, right? If you're like, I'm just waiting. What are you doing here? I'm just waiting for this mic to turn into a frog. Like, what? But if something's changing, then you're like, I am watching this flower unfurl. This is fascinating, right? It's understanding a lot of the work of Aries. Aries come here with a refined sense of understanding the nature of change is one that is always patient but never waiting, which means you're patient on your progress, but there has to be progress in order for change to happen. And this is why often those are like, they get frustrated because Aries are like, I'm out of here. Because what does Aries say? I don't have time for this, right? Because Aries is always battling Saturn. They go, I don't have time for this. Okay. Call me when it's ready. Call me when it's ready. I don't want to watch it change. Just tell me when it's happening. Okay. Now, continuing to get and that's happening through all the frequencies, right? Continuing to get clarification between our page of pentacles. And again, and I feel like this is what's happening right now, because I keep on hearing, and we'll get into it, and this is why I said this might be a little bit of a rough season for Taurus. I keep on hearing Aries saying to Taurus, you could learn a thing or two about this. That's what I'm saying. I mean, this is the thing with Aries and Taurus, because Taurus work more on, like Taurus work more on the energy of again, perseverance. So it's interesting. Like it's interesting. Continuing to get clarification between Page and Pentacles in its reversal, and Empress energy in its reversal. Yep, there it is. It's just like on cue. On cue, the Emperor shows up. He's like, "You rang? All right, let's talk about it." It's okay. So I gotta tell you. It's interesting because I'm getting here that it has a lot to do with how, with how Aries and Taurus relate to time is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing Aries always, I'm not sure where, and I'm just going to give you what's coming through. Aries is always worried that there isn't enough of it when there's plenty. And Taurus always thinks that it's infinite when it's not, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like, this is why I feel like there's a conversation right now happening between Aries and Taurus. energy in relationality to time. Because Aries is always like, I don't like Aries is like, this is the thing. Aries is like, is like the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. What Aries are always saying, like, I'm late, I'm late, I'm late, like just all over the place. And Taurus energy, Taurus is often like, and that's the thing about it, like Taurus, and I think that there's something beautiful about this, is Taurus is always like, I thought I had more time. I thought, like I thought, I thought there was more of it. Like, there's like, what I mean? Like that's, and so I keep on hearing even though these two drive each other crazy, there's a lot that they can learn from one. So, and this is why, again, and it's interesting because this has become a conversation about what often happens between Aries and Taurus energy. Um, but and I need to stress this: the way that we navigate this is that it has to do with the property of patience, right? Because it's like often Taurus, and this is like, like Taurus is great when when the energy of Taurus, is working in that space where they're I told you so, like pushing themselves a bit more, like stepping out of their comfort zone. But they're saying even stepping out of their comfort zone in the space of time, right? Like they're almost saying like there's something about this here. It has to do with the fact that Saturn is about to cross into Aries too. That's where all this conversation is coming from. Um, so that ability of not working in the space, and I keep on hearing um, prioritization. The gift of prioritization is remembering that everything can be done in the context of time. The order that we put things in articulates where our energetic priorities are, right? So that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy of those like in that space, like that I build that I build that like it, and this is the thing about it, like, and this is where this is where Aries and Leo is coming in, right? Like I keep on hearing that's not wrong, but when you recognize that time is precious, you prioritize things in accordance to it, right? Whereas Aries is always trying to do a million things at once, and Aries needs to learn how to slow down and enjoy things once in a while. So I feel like there's a lot of I feel like this is happening right now because there's a lot of conversation. Like in a nutshell, I would not be surprised if there's a lot of conversations that are occurring right now as it relates to prioritization and time, and working towards working towards goals, working towards what is energetically valuable, and trying to do something, either again trying to figure out how to be efficient, because Mercury is just flying right now through Aries to get to Taurus. So trying to figure out better ways of doing things to be more efficient with time, while also identifying and having conversations about the direction that things are going, continuing to get clarification between our Three of Cups in combination with our Hermit card in its reversal. There's that King of Wands energy in its reversal. Now, continuing to have a conversation on this, let's talk about how it's affecting each of the frequencies. I feel like, and I want to get back to the energy coming into divine union right now, because as I said, this is some heavy stuff. This is some very heavy stuff for the energy coming into divine union, because I can just see here, like there's a lot of that conversation that I'm seeing in relationality to being able to, and I keep on hearing this, like this is what's so fundamental for some of the energy coming into divine union. And this is often why when we carry so much trauma, it's important that we're able to heal, because when we find a safe place, it almost feels like it's unreal, right? It almost feels like the unreality that occurs. And that's why in those heart openings, it can feel so profound, because it's the energy that says, if this is real, what was all of that? I didn't know what I was missing, right? It's that moment of understanding and clarity that leads to the heart opening that sometimes is like the wound that you didn't even know you were carrying. Because sometimes, again, we recognize and identify how far we've come, right? This is the energy that suddenly in that moment, right, like works into the space of the new reality of stability that suddenly makes the past something that needs to be energetically resolved, right? Because that's like, this is often what we have on a healing journey goes, if this is what it always could have been, then what the heck was all of that? What the heck was all of that? And then that's when you're like, right? Again, having the patience and healing from what you could not see, right? Having the patience of recognizing what you could not see. And that's why the higher self says, don't be hard on yourself for not seeing something that like that wasn't before you, right? Like that is often the articulation. That is the vibration of reality, of arrival, right? It's I keep on hearing it's arrival energy because it is the energy that is arriving to the reality of the stability that they found that now allows them to begin the process of healing. So a lot of that work that we see here, it's but it's hard because and this is what's so painful about it. This is why it's so important that when we have a heart opening, we articulate to it and we don't react through it. Because when we're not ready to heal, we experience that stability. And what do we say? This can't be real. This must be an illusion. No, 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 right? Because the body is almost trying to pull us back into the trauma that it was used to because it can't confront the reality that all of that was pain. So that's why I keep on hearing that a lot of this energy is holding one another as they're disassembling through it and saying, you're safe here. You're safe with me. The embrace of safety says, this is real. That is what you need to heal from. Right. And that's hard, right? It's hard. That's the energy says, I didn't even know. This is the energy saying, I didn't even know what I was carrying. I didn't even know. Right. Continuing to click. And that's why, again, for the energy coming deep within divine union right now between our hermit and our emperor and its reversal and our emperor card. Ooh, there's that 10 of pentacles in its reversal. It's not ideal. You see the energy. The energy deep within divine union is just working through situations and circumstances that are not ideal. And that's the thing. Like it's giving like the thing with the energy, and this is why the energy deep within divine union, I feel like it's much more operating in the space of working through temperance because, and here's the thing. I keep on hearing messages like with the energy deep within divine union, which is like, again, it's a lot of that. The only way out is through, right? That the way that you bring something into a better space of healing, I keep on hearing the difference between like avoiding something and facing something is recognizing and identifying, like leaning into the energetic discomfort, right? Like it's about shouldering the burden. And that's why I keep on hearing there's like a lot of that energy, like working in the space of majesty, because it's understanding. And this is why I told you majestic energy. This is why we show our shoulders to energy that's in the like Taurus energy is in the space of majesty. And when we show our shoulders, then we do so because we're respective of the weight that another person is carrying, right? And this is the thing, we can be majestic to each other all the time. We might not, I keep on hearing, we might not have to like each other, but we can be majestic to each other all the time, right? I don't need to know what you're carrying, but but when we're in that space that we recognize it, we're mindful about it, is what I keep on seeing. And that's why I keep on seeing like that's a lot of that work. And I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work in inside or outside, looking at something that one has to heal within or work on without. And a lot of it is I keep on hearing it's working in the space of and this is why I keep on hearing the healthy relationships that are able to have those heart to hearts, that are able to talk about that work. The gift that you have in a healthy relationship is you can always hash it out, right? You don't, I keep on hearing, you don't you don't save another person. You don't save another person's emotions because you don't need to, because these are the counterparts that are constantly working to energetically improve, right? And that is the energy that is always looking as to how they can do something better, trying to find some way, right? And so I keep on hearing a lot of that energy, like being productive, being creative, because when we stop, like when we are working towards the higher self, we don't say it has to be that way. What do we say? Help me see. Help me see. Right? Now, for a lot of the energy, and this is why the counterparts adore one another, because they look to one another and say, "You help me see," right? That's what we find in that the energetic embrace of divinity. While for masculine and feminine energy in separation, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, working in the context of the self, this is the energy that says, I am not a mess, I am a masterpiece, right? And this is what is so hard. This is why I see that for a lot of the energy in separation, working through this is difficult, because I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working in the context of this space, right? When we embody and we embrace our own masterpiece, it's not that there aren't things about ourselves that we don't wish that we could perfect or change, but we see those flaws and we work on them so that they can become facets, so that they can become even more wonderful. Because when we try to be someone we're not, we're bound, we always feel like we're going to effectively not succeed, right? We're always going to be in that space that we feel like we're not meeting the energetic expectation. But when we bring that within, when we love our masterpiece, when we work on what we're creating, right? I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy, both masculine and feminine, they're encountering one another and they're working very hard to be in their authenticity, right? And this is why we talk about this in the class I teach on the magician, which you can find in the Tarot Church class program. But the position, that the interesting hand position that we find that the magician holds, is one that they reach up, right? They're effectively reaching up for the higher self and they're holding back the ego, right? Because that is working on the space of not being too hard on themselves as it relates to trying to move towards the virtue of the higher self, while at the same time not allowing the fear and the anxiety of the ego to overwhelm their own ability to navigate. And it's in that moment that you get like the energy goes like, ta-da, this is me. Because that's where when we are good with ourselves, that is where we exist at all moments, right? We're operating within the presence of our own majesty. And when we honor ourselves in that space, then we allow others to see us in that, to hold us in that embrace. So we see that there's a lot of energy that's working through that. But the first thing they have to say is rejection is an illusion, right? The song you will hear as you're moving towards your majesty is "You're not my cup of tea," which is beautiful. You shouldn't be everyone's cup of tea. That's a good thing, right? Because in that moment, you understand that the job isn't to be desired by everyone. Like, that. What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Right? And this is what we talk about with unattachment. Unattachment is someone being like, I think you're dumb. That's cool. I think that's cool. That's all right. You can feel like that. It's okay. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Unattachment doesn't mean I don't care. It means your opinion does not affect my love. I'm going to say that again. Unattachment does not mean you stop caring. Unattachment means your opinion doesn't change, doesn't impact my love. And so I see that a lot of the energy is working on that as they're building towards one another, and moving in that context is helping the counterparts see one another. Because when we stop trying, we start being, and we can recognize each other for the masterpieces that we are. Final card for today's spread, between our King of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. Strength card. It's not easy. I know it's easier said than done. Okay? Strength card, strength card, and it's reversal. Strength card, I mean, it's easier said than done. Okay, let's be honest. I know. It's easier said than done because it's a very vulnerable space to exist, right? It still hurts. It's not, look, you can curse the whole time. Okay. You can curse the whole time, right? It still hurts, right? It still hurts when we experience rejection, but I got to point this out. A heart that hurts is a heart that works, right? This is what we talk about. Stoicism is not about pretending that no, I don't feel anything. It's great. I'm so healed. I'm so healed. Ow. It's okay. You can say ow and then you say wow, right? Because it's like that. The reason ow is in wow is because it doesn't stop there, right? It's the expansion point. It's the ability of being able to take, like, a heart that hurts is a heart that works, which is like, yes, the capacity that you're able to navigate pain is equally proportionate to the love that you can maintain, right? It's a lot of that. It's This is what stoicism is. It's not about becoming a rock. It's about becoming a wall. Okay? It's about the honor, and this is why I keep on seeing a lot of this. I love Mars and Leo. I mean, personally. But, like, the reason I love Mars and Leo is because Mars and Leo is Braveheart energy. Mars and Leo in Leo talks about the being a love warrior. You know what I mean? Like a warrior of love. What would that look like to live your life being a warrior of love, right? Being a warrior of love is probably me, a lot of people saying, I don't like you very much. And you going, that's okay. You don't have to like me for me to love you. Right? It's like, yeah, you don't have to like me for me to love you. Because that's, again, you don't have any, when we are energetically released, right? You have no power over how I feel. I have no power or responsibility over how you feel. The only responsibility I have towards you is confusion, which can always be met with clarity. So I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy, like, working towards one another. And I like this for the energy in separation because I keep on hearing this energy that's moving towards each other almost on bended knee, right? And this is what we mean by bended knee, which is like the energy that says, I'm not trying. This is just who I am. Take me or leave me. And the energy says, I see the energy saying, I can finally see you. What I see, like, why are you apologizing for being who you are? You seem exceptional to me, right? Because when we stop being conditional, we start becoming exceptional. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, a lot of this, again, 3 of Wands in its upright. Now, like I said, the difficulty point, again, often with a lot of this heart opening is when we feel a lot, we really want to react through it, right? It's the body's first instinct is to, bah! You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way it is, right? But this is what stoicism means. Stoicism means observing the flow, right? Watching the water of the self, being intentional as to how one presents it, being intentional as to how one brings it forth. When we control the waters of ourselves, we're able to forge new bridges. We're able to build new paths of clarity and understanding, right? Because when the river of the self is reactive, then the emotions become a wall. They become a limitation point, right? This is why we often talk about when someone's really emotional and they're saying, I'm really, really emotional. I'm honoring my feelings. No, you're not. You're being reactive. And often those who are articulating and saying, I'm honoring my feelings by being emotional, all you're doing is you're creating a wall around you, a fortress of solitude that no one can permeate because you're so in your emotions. All you can hear is the roar of your own emotions. You can't hear the sea outside of the self. So when we quiet ourselves, when we are in a space that we allow ourselves to feel the things we feel, and we say to ourselves, I'm safe in feeling them, I have the capacity to contain those waters, we're able to hear what the emotions are asking for. And not only that, we're able to hear others' emotions as well. This is why we talk about when we lower the egoic shield, we start to see things with better clarity, because that's the energy that we often look back and go, I couldn't see something. Why? I was too, what were you too? I was too you were too emotional at the time. The emotions, when not conducted properly, will blind you from what is effectively occurring. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working in that space, feeling the things they're feeling, learning to communicate through them. This is a lot of the energy that's saying across all of the frequencies, I'm safe within my feelings, right? Because when we stop reacting to the feelings and start saying that we're safe within them, we're able to honor them, not by doing what they ask, but serving the energetic need that their plea is, right? Because if the emotions are like children, the only thing they can predicate upon is what they've known, right? So we just see even now that a lot of that energy and a lot of that space is, and this is what's happening across all the frequencies. Now, for a lot of the energy right now in separation, this is allowing the ability of the ideal counterpart to recognize one another. Because when we stop acting and we start being, the divine counterpart can see us. Well, the energy coming into divine union, this is why it feels so destabilizing right now, because this is the energy I keep on hearing. Never have they felt so stable. And now the waters are rushing out, because the energy, they didn't realize they've been holding back that whole time because it's not safe to express something. The body sometimes holds the trauma in until it feels like we're in a sanctuary so that it can finally bring it forward. And that's why I keep on hearing that a lot of the energy is holding one another and saying, it's not happening again. You're experiencing it for the first time because you couldn't until this point, reminding each other again. And unfortunately, and this is what happens, this is why sometimes we self sabotage, because if we've never experienced peace before and we move into it for the first time and always experience this trauma, the peace feels like an illusion. But that's why, and again, if we start to react to it, it becomes an illusion, because if you start reacting in that way, you brought the trauma into the peace, right? And this brings us into the energy deep within divine union. And that's why I keep on hearing the energy again coming into divine union saying, I'm safe to feel the things I'm feeling. The things I'm feeling doesn't mean that it's happening again. They're coming back up because it's finally safe for me to heal them. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, it's just working through the paradox of Taurus. And the paradox of Taurus is often navigating the paradox of comfort, which is to say that when we're working on things that are vulnerable, it's more of the conversation between the difference between stubbornness and tenacity, right? And if you're ever feeling a little lost as to whether something you're holding is stubborn or tenacious, I want you to remember this. Okay. And this is what the counterparts are saying deep within divine union, right? If you're holding on to something and you're saying, why am I holding on to this? Right? The higher self says, let me tell you, right? The conversation that you can have with the higher self helps you see the higher self with clarity. It doesn't create bitterness, it creates profound understanding. When we're being stubborn, we can often start to feel bitter about things, right? And a lot of that bitterness can be articulated with the sense of holding on to something too tightly and saying, and then we say to ourselves, why are you holding on to that so tightly? Because I want to, because I wanted it to be this way. Why did it have to be that way? Because I wanted it to be that way, right? And often, and this is what's hard. Like the universe wants to help us at every step, but the universe is very patient, right? The universe is the most patient mother on the planet. The universe says, if you want to hold on to that, if you want to just spend the rest of your time holding on to this and being energetically bitter, like you can do that. It's your time. It's your time. It's your time. If that's what you want to do, knock yourself out. I'll stand with you every step of the moment, right? But again, a healthy manifestation isn't us having a grip on something and saying, make it be this way. It's when we look to the universe and say, help me see. Help me see how I can let go of something. Help me see how I can move in accordance with something. Help me figure out what it is that I energetically need. And that's the energy that then again, when we move towards the universe and say, help me, right? that doesn't create helplessness in us, right? It's not the helplessness that says, save me. It's the energy that says, give me a hand. Okay, give me a hand. Help me have that breakthrough. Help me recognize what it is, why I'm holding on to something, right? And often we allow, how can we start a conversation with anyone until we ask, right? We have to ask in order to energetically receive. So when we start to have that conversation, that is the moment that we start to find things. And so what's beautiful about this is, and I keep on hearing, the energy within divine union looks not only to themselves for that, but they look within the self for that. It's that constant exploration that continually leads to deeper and deeper understanding. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. Also, I want to give you guys a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hanged Man. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies on the tarot with a focus on the death card. It's really not that scary, I promise. We're going to go through the history of the card. We're going to walk through the symbology of the card. I'm going to walk you guys through spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. And I'll also be presenting you guys a unique spread to help you channel the messages of the death card into your readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys updates on everything we've studied prior to beginning those classes. But if you wanted to catch up, now's a great time to join because you got a few weeks to lead up to that class to be able to bone up on a few of those classes. And if you choose to become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library, you will also receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes. And you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as well as to any new offerings. And speaking about offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased on an individual level per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream interpretation reading, I would encourage you to make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. We are going to get started on personal readings today, but congratulations to Kath. Thank you so much for having those beautiful gifts that you sent during the collective. You are our highest gifter for today. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps. Those are pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretations, highest priority messages from spirit. We do life path readings. We do angelic guidance. We do mediumship. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. The you can see the full list of offerings on my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Also, if you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant for your reading, for instance, if you are having a dream interpreted, or if you are having, or if you have a past life regression that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord and post it in the channels dedicated to those topics, and I can read for it there. We're also continuing and doing our giveaway, our 50K giveaway. We are at 22K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving today's collective, and if you missed it, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos, the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Nora, thank you so much for the follow. Hi there, Kay. Samuel. I'm not sure what you're talking about, dear, but hi there, Ella. Yes, on Aries. Thank you for explaining. I like to be able to check things off my list. Thank you. You're welcome, Ella. Yep. If I see my patience has a purpose, I'm here for it. Yep. My day is requiring a lot of patience. I'm exhausted. Sending you so much support on that journey. Samuel, you say it is a waste of time, and yet here you stand. I hope you find the healing that you seek, dear. And here or somewhere else. Thank you as well. Can we skip to the good part? Sending you support, Ella. Moving away from illusions, tap to claim, Kay. Hi there, Mushroom King. How you doing today? I'm just picturing the guy from Mario. Hi there, It's Ordinary. Thank you for the follow. Adam, for those gifts. Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Hello there, Allie. How are you doing today? I wonder what life would feel like if I felt safe at home. I send you so much support on finding that for yourself, Adam. I want you to change. I want your manifestation to say, I am seeking a safe home life. That should be part of your manifestation. It's attainable. I am a fairy mouse. Oh, I love that. You kind of are. You definitely have fairy mouse vibes, Kay. I will confirm that description. Hi there. And please thank Kay for all of their help moderating today. And Kay, thank you as well. Eros, you're so welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Oh my God, I love these. Thank you, little bit. Queen of Swords, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Patient but never waiting. Tap to claim. Ovi, I swear. Thank you, Crystal, for the follow. Kay, as an Aries, I can confirm I always fail. There is never enough time. My Taurus mom is always asking me to slow down. Yeah, this is always the argument between the two of them when it comes to time. Yes, being late is my biggest pet peeve. Sending you to tap to claim, Bridget. Ella, oh my God, lol. What if you're Aries with North Node in Taurus? I honestly feel like I'm running out usually. Well, that's the thing. Like it's probably you if I would guarantee you're probably someone who like wishes they could garden, or you wish you could like knit. You probably wish you can do something that is really time intensive, but you're also like, that's never gonna happen. You're like, thank you. Taurus and Aries. No, they are, right? It is. Taurus and Aries really are like tortoise and the hare energy. I'm an Aries with a Taurus daughter. Oh, it must be fun. Funny how Taurus even sounds like the word tortoise. No, I don't think it's funny at all. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. Hi there, Purr. I've got you on the list, dear. Wow. Same, but backwards. Yep. I can only imagine that's not easy cusp to have. It's rough. That's so interesting. I agree. I'm an Aries with North Node Virgo. Very similar. Yeah, that's like working through the perfection, right? That's the energy of being like, if I could just be perfect, everything would be fine. I've given him a chin flip first before the Reiki. I like that, Bridget. A chin flip. Where were we? Tapping to claim. This totally resonates. Thank you, Elisa. And Dom and Michelle. Thank you for the follow, guys. That's the group I've been. That's a team I was telling you guys about with the astrocartography. I had a great session with them. Thank you for the follow. If you comment, I'll pin you. If you guys were looking for somewhere to go to for astrocartography, we had this very. We were having a hard time remembering Michelle's name, but good to see you and thank you for the follow, dear. It was my knee-jerk reaction then, and I corrected. You see, but you corrected. That's the important thing. Elisa, I needed to hear this today. When I get lonely, I doubt my feel leaving him. Hold on. No nostalgia of illusion. Sending you, I'm so glad these messages help, Elisa, and sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you for communicating that and here and helping us support you as well. Yep, I got you on the list, Per. Thank you for the compliment, Rotting. And thank you, BT, for the gifts. Hi there, Mark. How are you doing today? And thank you. I know, dang stoic. I know it's going to be stoic energy, right? But like true stoicism is what I keep on seeing. I love your readings. There's so much wisdom. I do my best, Elisa. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. That coral was beautiful. Thank you for all of those incredibly beautiful gifts during the live, Catherine. All right. It's okay, Miss Grass. You haven't missed anything. It'll be up on the place where we keep the videos and the photos. And if you want to catch it as a podcast, you can find it over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. So, but good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Did we just finish the collective miss? You're welcome. And Cynthia, thank you for those gifts as well. And thank you for the follow. Asking for help is sometimes the strongest thing we can do. Tap to claim. Absolutely. Adam, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Joe. Greetings to you as well. And Bobby, how are you doing today? And Senhor, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Bridget, working on that hyper independence. Continue to do so, Bridget. Ella, I feel like I must be sticking around for a while when I get the Death and Tower card. More to do. Not done yet. Get back here. Thank you, Ella. And thank you, Creative, for those gifts. So good to see you today. And thank you as well. Geez, I wish I could garden. I just can't. Yeah, it's hard. Like, find me an Aries who gardens. They're like, I am power gardening. I have figured out a way to garden 3 times faster than anyone else. Yes, love gardening. Where I'm moving, I have a small balcony. Oh, that's amazing, Ella. I love that for you. King, good to see you too. Guys, make sure you give King Tarot a follow. Another exceptional reader. And if you'd like, and again, King, pop a little comment. I'll pin you. We did a great conversation with Miss Mercy, Mercy Me Tarot earlier this year. You can find that, the link to that over on my Substack in the collaboration section. Hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. I can't garden even though I want to. Yep. I like to think of myself as someone who likes to garden, who would like to be able to garden. There we go. Always love. Hold on a minute. Hi there, King. I just lost my spot. Yes. Always love being here and hearing your lives. Gets me through my tasks. That makes me so happy, King. Thank you for stopping by. And guys, make sure you give King a follow. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Oh, buon compleanno, Chrissy. Kay, I hope you have a beautiful one. Kay, I could never keep any plants alive until I got medicated. Until I got listen, here's what you gotta do. If you're neurodivergent, you gotta get yourself some succulents. They're very hard they're very hard to unalive. They're very hard to unalive. We got a lot of succulents around here. Okay. I have a lovely little garden. Oh, I love that, Kay. Looking at a map with your birth info to see where you're best fit depending on a lot. Exactly, V. Still learning every day. Thank you, Kay. That is what my plants need. Oh, thank you, V. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Thank goodness for my ADHD meds too. I love all the neurodivergence in the house. I love it. Where we go? All right, I lost my spot. 1 second. Thank you as well, BT and Ella and Amanda. No, you have no idea. I got a hose instead of a watering can, and that was literally me. I can see it, Kay. I love it. I can see it. Excellent. I'm doing well, Emma. How are you doing today? Watch me power garden. Exactly. You got like you get like you get like a power washer to wash the plants. Like it's faster this way. V, when I lived in California, it was near my Saturn and I hated it there. Mm. Well, it was funny too because they told me I'd do great in Iceland. I went there, I loved it. I was like, this is, and I got to point out, I should not have liked it there because it's like, I don't like cold places. The fact it was the coldest place I've ever been, but I would go back in a heartbeat says a lot. Okay. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list today, you'll be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person we are reading for today is Danae. Thank you so much for your patience and thank you for coming back. So we are just a reminder, Danae, we're reading we're reading for your reading. We're reading for the reading that you paid for yesterday, but you also won the 50K reading. So let me know if you wanted to do one reading that was a lot of cards or if you still want to hold one of those readings. And just let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos, hi there, Andrea and Hector. Thank you. Welcome. Hope you're having a beautiful day, and thank you for joining us there. If you are joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list as well, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. You'll check back to see how it's going. No problem, Lisa. Have a good time there. Wishing the best. Hold on a minute. I got a nozzle attachment with all the different modes. One of the best days of my life, not joking. I love it, Kay. I used one I found when I searched the internet. Just look up astrocartography or give Dee and Michelle give Dom and Michelle a follow. They were exceptional. I have unalived, unkillable plants before. I've learned. I'm right there with you, Heather. I'm right there with you. I got too many fire placements. Plants see me and they try to run. They're like, get away from me. I'm like, I don't want to hurt you. They're like, don't come near me. Oh, have a beautiful day, Lisa. I do have another question if I can get back on the list. Absolutely. I'll put you on the list twice today, dear. Okay, so I've got you. Just a moment. All right, Danae, I've got you right now, number 1 and number 5. And thank you for your patience there. You'll have extra cards in both those readings. All right. I looked up, oh, hold on a minute. I looked up my astrocartography. It took me 10 minutes to figure it out. Oh, that's so cool, Uptown. And V, thank you. Ella, the way I've been able to keep them alive with a chart full of fire and no earth is a miracle. Well done. I am proud of you. I am proud of you. I understand that struggle. My friend Juliet Diaz, she does the altar within stuff. She is a plant witch. I used to work at her shop, man. And let me tell you, a plant witch in action. She looks at a plant and it starts growing. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. But I respect it. I respect it. I'll never have it, but that's okay. I respect it even more. Okay. She wrote a book on it. I'm like, yes, get that book because I have seen what she can do with plants. It's unbelievable. All right. Okay, we've got you. We got you, creative. My first question. I wanted to see if of course, absolutely. And thank you for your patience today. And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 6th person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. If you would like to get on the list today, we do dream interpretation, life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, pet readings, mediumship, animal spirit guide readings, love readings. I'm not sure if I missed any, but you can find the full list on my tree that has links in it in my bio. If you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant to your reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber, and you can post the information in the allocated channels there. That said, can I please get 5 cards? Highest priority highest priority, please, with this energetic connection. It's a lot of air energy with someone here. A lot of air energy. I don't know why, too. I feel like somebody having a hard time catching their breath. So there's it's interesting because I keep on hearing someone saying something in relationality to not wanting you to have to go through something that they went through, is what I keep on hearing. And what's interesting about it is, and it's a bit of a complicated message because I hear someone saying, I want, because I understand why they're saying it in this way, because they're basically saying, they're like, I never I never wanted someone to go through, because that's why they're saying it, because they're not saying it in like like, okay, let me explain what I'm hearing here. They're saying never, like never, ever, 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 ever did they want you to have to go through something that they went through. But they're also saying that there's something that you're going through now that is giving you a better understanding of a situation that they were in, is all I keep hearing. And that's why they were saying never, ever, ever. Like they're predicating, because I need to stress, this isn't someone that's saying now you get, like they're saying, like they're not saying that. They're not saying that trying to have a point of like, I feel like they're not saying that to try to build some kind of feeling of sympathy for them. I feel like they're saying that because they're, and it was interesting about it is they're saying to me, don't do what I did, which was put up with something, is what I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of and I keep on hearing that they're saying something in that way because they're talking a lot about time and the fact that time changes things. And they're saying that the benefit of them doing something was so that you wouldn't have to, is what I keep on hearing. Um, and that's why I think that it's interesting that this message is coming through to a certain extent, because I see someone that may have been very paradoxical in their life, because I keep on hearing someone say like, do what I like. They're saying, it's interesting because they're actually saying like, do what I say, don't do what I do. Right. And I'm like, well, why are you saying do what I say, but don't do what I did? Because they're saying I wasn't doing it for me. I was doing it for those around me, is what I keep on seeing. Right. And that's why I keep on hearing something here that they're articulating, because it feels to me like they're trying to clear up some kind of like disambiguation in relationality to how they would have approached something versus what they really would have preferred to do, is what I keep on hearing, which is why it feels like a really nuanced message. Because what they're basically saying is, and I feel like the reason that they're saying this, let me just explain to you the position I'm seeing that this energy's in. When we can't do what we want to do, we do what we have to do, right? And that's why I keep on hearing someone say they're not being hypocritical when they're saying do what I say, not what I do, because they're saying to me that a lot of the choices that they made weren't benefiting them, right? It feels to me like this was someone who was always putting other energy first. But that's why I keep on seeing them say, don't be. They're saying don't be like that because I was doing that for you, is what I keep on seeing. Do you understand what I mean here? They're going, I was doing that for you so that you wouldn't have to, right? So they're saying almost like make sure that you don't put yourself. I keep on hearing, and I don't know why, but they're talking about something that they were having to experience that felt like it was very energetically disempowering. Like this is someone who is very pragmatic. Like I just see someone here who would often be in some kind of context of saying it's not about my feelings. Like it's not about how you feel about things. It's about what you got to, like what needs to get done. And I feel like what's beautiful about that is, they're saying that they're saying that they did that, um like they did that so that you could have, like they're saying I was giving you my joy. The joy that I denied myself is your birthright, is what I keep on hearing. They're saying remember that the joy that I denied myself, that is your birthright, that I was working in that way so that you didn't have to like be in the same context. And that's why I keep on hearing that, um like it's interesting because it almost feels like someone, that's trying to give some kind of like apology to something. Like there's an apology here because it almost feels to me like I don't know why they're saying this, but I feel like there's someone here who thought that they would have more time in some way, you know? Like and that's what I keep on and that's what I keep on hearing. They're like, don't put everything like it's interesting too, because it's type of message that says, be careful, but don't save everything for a rainy day. Because I feel like they're talking a little bit about like a little bit of a space where I feel like they were in that space that they always said like I keep on hearing someone say I thought I would have more time, like I thought I'd be able to make something up, but the next thing I knew, like you know what I mean, like it's giving me a lot of that like it's giving me a lot of that go for it energy, like cherish every moment because I almost feel like someone's saying here, like every moment, um, I was building towards that, and I want you to remember that, like that, like even hearing that work I went through was my gift to you. Um, and I feel like this might be being articulated because I feel like there's some kind of volatility right now between you and some other individuals as it relates to honoring their wishes on something, which is I'm not sure what's coming up on that, but I feel like there's something about that. Um, and something about a closet, bottom of the deck. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is like I keep on hearing some kind of message about not letting little disputes tear some kind of fabric is what I'm hearing. I'm not sure what this is. Um, this is I don't know if there's an argument here that's happening, some kind of like issue. Um, but all I keep on hearing someone say is, remember, ultimately, all you have is each other. At the end of the day, all you have is each other. And I keep hearing someone say, you don't have to like each other, but you have to love each other. It's like, I don't know if this is something they used to say. You don't have to like each other, but you have to love each other. Um, and I keep on seeing like those are different things because I feel like that them trying to say, you know, you like whatever kind of pettiness is coming up between you and another person, don't let it stand don't let it stand in the way of having each other's backs, is what I keep on hearing. Like that's what their wishes are. Is what I keep on hearing. They want I keep on hearing they want mutual agreement in something. Um, like that's what I feel like. It's very mom energy. I want to thank you so much for having this. And I don't know why they keep on saying something about a closet. I don't know what it is. I want to thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for donation of 29 or more. 5 cards, 3 cards. Someone doesn't want to talk about it, is what I keep on hearing. 3 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of Danae's comments as I was giving that reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list today, if you have information that is relevant to our readings, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the allocated channels if you are a subscriber. And also, friends, we are at 26.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. I want to look up my returns though. I just had my Saturn return. Is there a website that does that? I'm positive there is. I don't know one off the top of my head. I think maybe Astro Twins has a Saturn return calculator. Creative, thank you. Yep. Whoop. You're so welcome, KV. I've been able to keep succulents and cacti alive recently. I'm so proud. I'm proud of you too, V. I have no natural gardening abilities, but I have the sheer determination to force it into existence. That's that Virgo. That's that Virgo. That's that Virgo North Node. You will comply. The Virgo North Node is like grow. Hi there, Banks. How are you doing today? She's talking about my siblings. That's probably what she was saying about you have to love each other. That was definitely one of her sayings. Thank you for confirmation, Creative. Don't put myself last like she did to herself. Exactly. That's why I keep on seeing like do. That's why they're saying they're not being hypocritical when they're saying do what I do. Don't do what I do. Do what I say. Don't do what I do. Because I feel like someone was trying to like do something for the benefit of you. It was beautiful. Hi, Lisa. You'll be back at 2. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, hold on a minute. I'll add you to the list, dear. You tell me when you're back and we'll do your reading. And thank you for your patience. All right, I've added you to today's list. Thank you for showing up. Good to see you, dear. I always have some dispute between. Yeah, I see this like it feels like it's giving me a little energy that says don't let someone like knock you around or don't let someone take advantage of you, you know? V111 here, tap to claim. Yeah, I'm not sure why she was saying that. You're so welcome. Workout per dream interpretation in the donation. Okay. I will read that. We will see if we can make it make sense. Okay, and I can read out loud. Thank you. Everybody's getting the popcorn out. Yep, I will be a gardener. No, I like it because I feel like it's more you being like, you will let me be a gardener. I once planted seeds and the plant wasn't anything like the packet photo. I am someone who wishes I could garden. I like knowing that in myself. I am someone who would like to be a gardener, but alas, I don't have time for it. I think it's best for everybody. I need a rock garden. I need a rock. I'll be a nice rock garden, decorative rocks. Yep. It's true. We shall see. There's also nothing wrong with sticking with what you know exactly. At this point, I've just seen so many plants. Like it feels like an act of compassion, And it's a shame because I come from a long line of gardeners. All right. A decorative rock garden. You see, I can water and you water it looks shinier. It's nice. All right. Where were we? We're pulling up Per's reading. And just a reminder, if anyone else wants to get on the list today, you will be the the 6th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Lio, please keep in mind there are two things they do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. If you'd like to see the full list of things we read for, you can find them over on the place. You can find them over my tree that is Binks and Lio. Also, friends, we are at 29.6K likes today. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, we are now doing a dream interpretation reading for Per. Here's the dream. Before I went to sleep, I heard a high frequency sound in my ear for a while, which felt pleasant. I said that I couldn't understand it and asked for more explanation. This is the dream I received as explanation. I was shown an additional tender or offer, an addendum to an existing tender with a price increase. It felt like I was staring at the document for hours, no action whatsoever. I was able to read the amounts and some of the text, but I don't remember them clearly. I definitely saw the text POI. I also knew that the original quote was being increased. I remember the amount of 99,000 and thought of 612,000 when I woke up. Interesting. Okay. Can I please get 5 cards? Thank you. Okay. This is a fascinating dream. And I'm a little bit curious as to which ear the frequency was coming in when you heard it, if it was in both or if you can remember which one it was in. It's not, it's, I can do the reading without it, but it is something that I just am curious about. You know, there's something very interesting that I'm recognizing as it relates to the tender or the offer that you're talking about here. And the fact that you're describing an addendum to an offer. Because this feels, I want to keep on, I want to say this, it feels very Akashic in here. That's what I keep on wanting to say. It feels very Akashic in here because it feels like it has to do like in the space of an energetic soul contract to a certain extent. And I think it's always very interesting because the fact that you're describing something here in relationality to something changing, um, it almost says to me, like, I feel like a lot of this dream has to do potentially with the fact that you've had some kind of energetic breakthrough. Because I need to point this out. You typically you would find an addendum to something when something is changing in situ, right? Something that we didn't expect, like something we didn't expect, something we didn't expect to happen, but it feels like a good thing, right? It feels like, and that's why I said a breakthrough, because it's almost saying to me, like it's trying to show me that there's something that you've done on your own life path to a certain extent that is, it's like almost like it's opening, it's like it's allowing for more work to kind of begin than was energetically anticipated. Now, this is not uncommon, right? This is a good thing, is what I keep on seeing. And I want to point this out. And I think that's something very intriguing here, because it definitely feels like a guide reading, and a very like a high guide reading. Because it's just it's like there's like absolutely, it's like there's like the symbology in the stream is really intense. Now, POI is really interesting because we can read that in a couple of different ways. Okay, we're going to break it down. One, point of interest. Okay, so we've got point of interest there, which is talking about, again, unlocking something, right? Like it's like, wait, this is something. There's something interesting happening. There's something interesting happening, right? Like it's giving me a lot of this like position of interest. Um, and it's also talking to me, but there's also, and this is also very intriguing. Poi is also, and correct me if I'm wrong here. I believe that's also another word to describe like fish, right? Um, so I almost think that there's something that's happening right now that, and and there's another reading that I'm seeing on this, which is also, I keep on hearing perspective of interest. And I keep on hearing perspective of interest, which is saying to me that the perspective of interest, something about the way that you are seeing something, has changed. Something about the way that you are navigating problems has changed. I almost it says to me, I feel like this is giving you the further confirmation that you have closed out an energetic cycle that is allowing for a new karmic pathwork to begin. It's allowing for a new cycle to begin. Hence, the identification point of the frequency in your ear, which again, you are already like you're paying more attention, right? You're paying more attention to things, so they're finding new ways to be able to energetically communicate to you. And and this is where I find it really interesting, because when you talked about the price increase, um, you never mentioned, you're not saying it like it's a bad thing. It almost sounds to me like you're recognizing that something has become more valuable. You know, you're not mad about this. They're saying that there's been a price increase because they're saying that you like the like that in a sense, like you're moving into the context of understanding better, right? And so there, it's like it's actually talking about it, like that. You have to remember the document itself is you, especially if it's akashic. And so they're saying in a way like, like it's a shift that's occurring. And I love the fact, and this is my favorite part about the dream. I want to go look up what you've got 99 here, the two numbers that you described. Okay, like someone was just showing it to you, like I just wanted to show you, like it's almost like an investment that you, it's like it's giving me more the vibe of like the investment has paid off, right? It's what I keep on hearing. The investment, the dream is basically saying the investment is paying off in ways that we couldn't have possibly imagined, is what I keep on hearing in the dream. Like that is the vibe of the dream. And so, but then being able to show it to you to a certain extent, like, and that's why I kept on saying it feels a little akashic in here, because it almost feels a bit like an akashic dream, like someone's showing you your own record and saying like you've had a breakthrough. You're doing better than we expected. And the 9, and this is my favorite part about it, because you got 99,000. And then for some reason, when you transcribe that and you woke up, you got to 612, same number. 99,612 are the same number. Why? Let's do the math. What's 9 plus 9? 18. What's 8 plus 1? 9. What's 6 plus 2? 8 plus 1, 9. Any way you slice it, it's a 9. Is what I keep on hearing. They're going, any way you slice it, it's a 9. It doesn't, I mean, like the numbers don't lie. They're saying like the numbers don't lie. Any way you slice it, it's a 9, which is saying to me that they're kind of articulating the fact that you're on an energetic trajectory, right? That like, I keep on seeing like it feels like this is like the articulation to give you support in the fact that something about your point of view, perspective of interest, right, is like the way you're seeing something, the angle by which you're seeing something, right? So it feels almost like it feels like an angelic dream, because often when we have angelic energy, it's about perspective, right? The perspective of interest, the ability to see something that is moving you into a space of like and again the higher energetic frequency. So it's interesting because it's a dream. It's a dream about the energetic nature of ascension, often being one about maintaining a perspective. Bottom of the deck. That's why I meant it feels really Akashic in here, because it feels very angelic. Bottom of the deck on the reading. Yeah, right. I think that like there's something about this, like it feels very much I almost feel like you've got a new guide coming in, is what I keep on saying. Like is like this is like their letter of introduction is interesting about it, because it's saying to me that like there's something about that energetic shift, because like again, we're like, even in the way that I need to point this out, even in the way that you brought the dream to me, like the communication, you being like, oh, I hear something. Okay, I heard something, and then the dream clarified it. Like, like you're already actively engaged in it to a certain extent, like there's a little bit, like it almost feels to me like I wouldn't be surprised, like this is almost like you I think it's funny, like if you don't think you're in communication with a guide, you're clearly in communication with a guide. You just don't, like, this is a guide dream. So they're like, hi. Like, but I think that that's interesting, because it feels to me like you're very much like this. I keep on hearing this feels very Akashic, which is saying to me it has a lot to do with like working on the space of, and the nature of the dream itself, like you're building that communication between yourself and your guide, even within the space and the context of the dream, like inside and outside the dream, because you went into you went into the dream seeking answers, and you came out of the dream with different answers, which is the taking of the 99 into the 612, which is showing the fact that even as you're arriving out, you're already working to translate the dream. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And I just think it's funny, because something about the dream, like the major message of the dream is it's a 9 any way you slice it, which is very interesting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to be on the list today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Kay, you're the next person on the list today. And guys, please thank Kay for all of their assistance moderating today. Also, friends, we're at 32.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K and 50K in no time. All right, and just bear with me a moment as I read over. And if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so as well via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Okay. And just reading over some of the comments. And just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list and have information that you would like to share with me, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if there is a past life regression you want more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live right ear. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. I would say make sure that you start paying attention what ear you're hearing things in. I was thinking the same thing. Nixie, thank you for the follow. I love how everyone gets the popcorn out when we start doing dream interpretations. Thank you for that gift, Per. You can shellac the rocks so they always shine. There you go, Ella. Irma, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I don't have a green thumb. Nope, right there with you, Heather. I have 2 green hands. Oh, that's great. I mean, again, I'm very respective of those who have that gift. I would love to have the patience for my garden. Exactly. Yes. Okay. I don't think that was boring at all. I like the fact that you said that was boring. That wasn't boring at all. There's nothing wrong with sticking with what you know. All right. Plants have a longer life cycle. They're not like pets. This is true. Well, it depends on the plant, right? So you really got to study them. Some plants have long ones, some have short ones. Irma, your subscription's ending soon. All right. Point of interest. Yeah. Yeah. So again, there's a couple of different ways that like something is increasing, right? So they're telling you the point of interest is increasing. So there's that. But then we also saw perspective of interest, something about you being perspective and it's interesting, but also something about your perspective changing. No, there's nothing boring about that dream. The dream's fascinating. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, Nixie, thank you for those lotuses. No kitten meat in this one, no. All right. It was poi, but we're gonna look that up because there's some connection points to that, you know? Yeah. And I gotta tell you, it's interesting too. Like we're gonna like I'm gonna post some information around poi to you in the Discord as well, Per, because it's interesting. It's an interesting word. TLM, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, absolutely. No, like you've completed an energetic cycle. Like that's here. Yep. Thank you, Nixie. I do my best. Not mad about the increase at all. You're right. Yeah. Again, it wasn't a bad thing, is what I was seeing in the dream. The angel number 99 signifies spiritual growth, awakening, taking control of your destiny. Tap to claim. Thank you for that, Bridget. Doing better than expected. I just can't. 9999. Yes. Isn't 9 a completion? No, nine's a great. I mean, it's a very. It's a great. It's like, yeah. I keep on hearing it's a 9 any way you slice it. New guide unlocked. I don't know my current guides at the minute moment. It's funny though because you're communicating with them. Rosewater, thank you for the follow. Wonderful, Sin. I love your explanation. You're so welcome, dear. I'm glad that helped. And there I was thinking dreaming of tender would be boring. No, are you kidding? It's very interesting. I sent a message in the dream interpretation channel regarding my reading. I got you, dear. All right, strap in. We're doing another dream interpretation. Yes, that is true. The difference between a perennial or an annual plant. They never really die. They just decorate and turn to the plant network. It's beautiful. Yep. Cut flowers, yep, have a shorter lifespan. But I will point out, like the thing is, like I do keep basil plants. I always need to point out, like if you want to keep the basil plant, you can't let the flowers come in. You're welcome, Per. Elizabeth, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. Let's see. Where were we? Okay, I'm just pulling up the Discord and just a reminder. So, for anyone who has information relevant, for instance, if you have a dream you'd like me to share, like me to interpret, you can post it in our Discord if you are a subscriber in the appropriate channels. Oh my gosh, Bridget, every time I go on now and I see your cat with that like emo lion hell thing on it, just delights me. It's so good. It looks so emo. All right. All right, we are at Dream Interpretation 4K. So wait, this is is both are both of these a part of the same dream or are these two different dreams? I just want to confirm for the purpose. I'm happy reading both. I just want to make sure the same one. Okay, and do I have permission to read it to the group? It's no, we're doing it. What are you kidding? You got a bunch of people out here with popcorn. You're gonna deny them? You're kidding? Looks like a political figure. Oh, everyone's locked in. Yeah, are you kidding me? All right. Okay, are you comfortable with me reading this out loud? Yes, I can read it. Okay, great. All right, we have another dream reading. All right, we are doing two parts, two-part dream. Well, technically it's a meditation, correct? So I just want to make sure we're on the same page with everyone. This is not necessarily a dream. We're interpreting a meditative vision. Okay. Part one. I am thinking back to the two great loves of my life. Based on reading and their actions, I believe both are still in love with me, or at least still have deep feelings and feel like I'm the one that got away. However, I always take this all with a grain of salt. But life has pulled me away from them for different reasons and in different ways. It would have been unhealthy to stay in either situation at the time of both separations. At this point, I had been thinking about them and reflecting a lot and wanted to get to the bottom of it. During the meditation, I wanted to ask Spirit why this was. I connected to both their energies and saw them both as two orbs. I wanted to ask if either connection would be worth pursuing again one day, or if I'm getting caught up in emotional connection and nostalgia. I kept focusing on the two orbs, the image becoming stronger and stronger. I was starting to wonder why it was all I could see when Spirit began to show the orbs on a pair of scales, one on each side. The scales were rocking back and forth, until they faded away and the two orbs moved to the palm of my hand. They circled around and around in my hand like a pair of dice. Each energy felt like equals, neither one greater than the other, but neither worth discounting either. At this point, I decided to double check with Spirit. Is this real or am I seeing what I want to see? Be brutally honest with me. But Spirit only confirmed. Both of them have potential, but neither one will be ready anytime soon. They both have a lot of work to do. Part two. I then asked Spirit who my divine counterpart will be. My vision zoomed out, and suddenly I was looking down at some sort of casino table. My guides were gathered around the table, intensely assessing the situation and making complicated calculations. I was able to come down and stand next to them. They were being extremely serious, measured, and cautious. The game on the table represented my potential counterparts, like some sort of strategy map. Each counterpart was represented by a die, and there were energetic strings pulling in different directions all over the table. I felt relieved and thankful to see what they were doing for me, and they were happy for me to be there and feel that relief. but they were very firm on not letting me in on anything they were doing. It was top secret. I was like a kid that was not allowed at the adult table. I asked them, "Why are you doing all this?" They said they made a mistake in the last calculation, so they had to get this one right. They said there was no room for error this time. I asked them about the two dice I had in my hand earlier. They said, yes, they are on the table, but they're not the only dice on the table. I was able to look at the table and I saw the two I had earlier next to each other on the left side of the table. And there were, I believe, five other dice scattered around the right side of the table. On reflection, I believe this represented the past, left, and the future, right. Same in the candle wax reading. I stepped away from the table, but I was curious. Wasn't my last relationship a lesson? Was I meant to go through all that pain to learn something? To my surprise, I heard a resounding no. And they kept repeating. Something went wrong in the calculation, followed by, you weren't meant to go through that much pain, and it wasn't part of the calculation. The last thing I heard them repeating before I came out of the vision was, they're not the only dice on the table. And I get, yes, thank you. Okay. So this is clearly a guide reading, and it's a very beautiful guide reading at that. Um, and I want to start this by saying I feel like the reason that you're able to have a reading, like a meditation of this nature, is because you're asking the right questions, right? When you're looking at past connections, not holding bitterness in terms of the fact that something happened, but trying to understand deeper the reasons why. So first of all, congratulations in that aspect. 'Cause I feel like a lot of that, this is a meditation that shows us the benefit of being able to explore pain, to be able to understand the nature of the connections that are surrounding us. Because that's basically like you used a lot of that like pain as a doorway to understanding the nature of it. And what's beautiful about it, and I think the fact that you even identify here that there were two parts to this meditation, is it showing you how both the experience that you're having in relationality to what it feels like to engage with these energies in the experience of being the self, and how the guides see them, like the gift of the guides showing you that as aspect to help you understand how they see things, was to help you build a deeper sense of perspective in relationality to both what you're experiencing and the deeper purpose, right? So there's something really beautiful about that. Now, in the first space, I want to identify the fact that you effectively read the energy, that you were reading the karmic energy as it relates to these two connections in your life. That was basically what you were doing. You were studying the karmic connection to it, and you found the karmic similarity, right? The karmic similarity in both of these is effectively you were working through the same difficulties or the same hurdles, both unique, right? Both vital and important, two parts of the same whole. That's why they balanced on the scale, right? The observation of working through a difficult lesson via the energetic perspective, the relationality with another. However, understanding the balance point, the limitation, was the lesson itself, right? Because effectively it's a conversation around manifestation goals. You wanted to manifest a different outcome with both of these energies, what you're identifying and articulating as the divine counterpart. Those energies had a limitation point. They could not continue with you. Different reasons, but they still hold You still hold a lot of, they hold a lot of love for you, and you hold a lot of love for them, which is indicated in the fact that you said that even though they held potential, you would not let them go. Because when we understand the love that we hold for each other is not conditional on where we go with one another, right? This is often why when we're coming into healthy separation, what do you often hear? What is the song that you hear that healthy separation sings? We wanted different things, right? It's the observation of understanding that one can hold love for someone, but also understand the reason you're not with them is because what they want and what you want, they're over here, you're over there, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that space. And even in your assessing of that, working on the context of being like, why do I still feel so much of a connection to these energies? You hit the nail on the head. These are energies that you have identified that you can still sense probably hold you in a very close to them. They still care about you a great deal. But now we've gotten to the energetic problem, and that's where the guides came in. And so the guides were showing you their perspective on something. Now, I want to kind of describe this because that pulling out, if you will, is beautiful, because you can see the fact that to the guides were showing you how we appear to them, which is we're all working on different lessons, right? The beautiful harmony of helping someone move forward via the right energetic connection, working on the energetic lesson together. Now, sometimes we come into energetic connection with someone and it's painful and it's difficult, but we learn something vital and important about the self. So that pain has energetic meaning, right? There's a purpose to us even coming to connection sometimes with energy that we work through hard lessons on. I think you were even recognizing that in the space that you looked towards the guides and said, this was one of those lessons, right? And what was difficult, what was shocking in that was when they went, no, because often, and this is the important thing, there's always the possibility of expansion that we offer one another, right? At times, we come very close to one another because the opportunity to arrive, the opportunity to learn, the opportunity to expand is energetically presented to us, right? And what we're seeing here is the context by which you effectively said to the guides, and you said, was this supposed to be a lesson? And they said, no, is articulating from the space of identifying and recognizing that someone else that they potentially brought towards you, they thought they was ready for that, but they weren't, right? And this is how the guides sometimes see this, like the opportunity that's presented, and then the fear. We just talked about this. Remember how we talked about what's happening right now in the readings of the energy coming into divine union, how when we're not ready, we move away from what is for us. How we're not ready, we repeat the trauma because the trauma feels like a safe space, right? I feel like there was a conversation there, what they're saying, and that's the disappointment they were feeling, because it almost feels to me like they thought someone was ready to arrive to you. They thought someone was ready to let go of that past. They thought someone was ready to exit some kind of cycle of trauma that they were experiencing, and that you were effectively going to help them through that. But the articulation of the disappointment that they had in terms of saying to you, something went wrong in the calculation, is almost expressing the fact that what they expected to happen didn't, right? That ability of doing so, and that's why I think you can even feel like the weight of the sadness there to try to say, like, that's not what happened. They made a different choice, right? The opportunity was there, but instead of stepping forward, because again, and this is what we talk about with fate. Fate does not mean that there's something predestined. There are choices that are predestined for us, right? And the universe is patient, right? We can never move away from what is for us, but it's that work of arrival can sometimes be difficult, which is why they said to you in that point of consolation, they're not the only dice on the table, because they were articulating to you again, and this is why we work on non-attachment. When someone's not ready, it's not our job to make them ready, right? We can't pull someone into an energetic experience. That's always, even the guides operate in the healthy context of choice. And that's why they are articulating and stating, they were showing you the context by which they operate, because they said, like, working in, again, the healthy counterpart that we arrive at when we're energetically ready. There was basically a message that they said to them. They were saying to you, you're never going to lose what's for you, right? You're never going to lose that. It's always ahead of you because we work with you, right? But sometimes it can be very painful because there's energy that gets close, right? Like there's energy that, you know, if someone, it's like it's a little bit of that stepping forward, right? And I can see even there, like they're almost like they're holding that grief, like they brought you into that space to help you recognize and hold that grief with them, right? To be able to identify and recognize the fact that they were disappointed too, because they had the ability to, they really thought that there was something about you coming into connection with them that was going to, you know, bring them on the next step of their journey in that fashion. But them choosing differently is when they said to you, and again, the song that you heard when you left, don't lose hope. What's for you is always for you. They're not the only dice on the table, being, again, that they're basically saying to you, we are working to bring you towards your counterpart, continuing towards. And I think that there's something really important about this, and you have to understand it's often, we are often in the context of looking at, when we start looking at relationships and we say to ourselves, change is based upon consent, right? When we want to work on fixing something, this is why we say fixing something is a mutual act. It's not that things are perfect, but and that's why we hit that impossibility point when energy is resistant to making change or isn't in a place of articulating it. Um, this is why, like, and this is the thing with alignment, and I know it's a little hard to understand, there is no close. As hard as that is to understand, there is no close. It either connects or it energetically doesn't. Because if someone isn't willing to do that work, right? Like the most important aspect is the ability of another person to be like into the space of doing that work. And so I feel like there's something really important that is coming through about the nuance of a message like that. And you saw it in both of the readings, because you saw it in your first reading or in the first meditation, where you heard the message that was said to you. Both of them have potential, but neither will be ready anytime soon, right? The thing about potential is energy can stay in potential for infinity, right? Potential energy versus what is happening is simply based upon choice, which is, again, that's why they said to you that space of saying, like, it's not like a close but no cigar thing. It's like close means nothing, right? Because when we, like, the act, like we talked about this in the collective, right? What did we say in the collective? And the message in the collective is very much in connection to your meditation here. What is a healthy partnership? Patient, but never waiting, right? Actively in the space of perfecting, right? Activating upon potential and turning it into actuality. But that's why I keep on seeing why it may have been so difficult with that relationship, because it's the energy that you could feel the potentiality of what it could be if they'd chosen to make different choices. But that's why the guides kind of see in that way, like 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 the guides are like close but no cigar, but the cigar is like is the like It doesn't, it's like close means nothing, right? Um, so, but it's interesting because they're saying to you, it's like almost showing you the Zeno's paradox of the difference between action and the potentiality of inactivity, you know? So they're saying, like, again, they're saying recognize. And I feel like the major message about this is saying to you that you've yet to meet your energetic counterpart, because I almost see that the energy is articulating and saying to a certain extent that that activation point, they're basically saying your energetic counterpart isn't going to make you feel like you're constantly waiting for them to become it. They're just going to arrive in that way, right? It's not, again, same thing. It's not going to feel like you're waiting. It's going to feel like you're being patient for each other, right? It's not going to feel like you're like, what am I doing wrong? It's going to feel like it's reaffirming to you that everything's right. And I feel like they were showing you this to a certain extent to help you understand the nuance of the fact that you're moving in the right direction. And I know how hard it is because they're saying that the proximity that you're reaching as it relates to how close something is doesn't mean that you're far from the mark. It means that you're probably right on top of it. That's why they said, like, I feel like a lot of that message was saying to you, don't lose hope at this moment. And I know, because I can see the fact that there's something here that you're working through that feels so painful. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And thank you so much for sharing that meditation. Absolutely beautiful. Really, really appreciate that. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is, we have here Catherine. Thank you. Congratulations for winning our highest gifter giveaway. We're also going to be doing another giveaway when we get to 50K, friends. We are at 38.9K likes. Make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, dear. Good to see you. And just bear with me a moment. You know, we got everybody locked in. Everybody was very like on the edge of their seats. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. I feel like I'm clueless. You are not clueless regarding spirituality, Per. I think you're doing a great job. I feel like that dream itself was showing it. I think honestly, I feel like if you're not feeling a little clueless on your spiritual journey, you're probably doing something wrong. You know, it's like, I'm even clueless a lot. I'm like, what? Oh, she's your baby dragon. I love it. All right. Makes mistakes in calculation. I should ask my light team about my counterpart. It's a beautiful conversation to have. I think I'll do the same. Wowee. Oh man, okay, I know. Sounds like the spirit team. No, the spirit team was having like a board meeting. Seriously. Where do I buy these meditations? Seriously. Yeah, how do you meditate and connect with guides? That's my question. Oh, I love it. Thank you, Diva. I'm ready to arrive to help them. Sending you support, Artie. Listen, it's not about help. Like, listen, we help each other for one another. We don't have to save each other. This is me stepping forward. Thank you, Hardy. Yes, I'm going to ask tonight. Hugs to you. So sorry. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. We never lose the love we receive. I just had ringing in my right ear. I'm so glad you received this message as well, V. When Sin said energy closer, yeah. Oh, my heart goes to you. And again, just now when I typed energy closer, interesting. I don't need lost hope. Bring me to my counterpart. Continue to do that work, Hardy. Patient. Continue to be patient. Hi there. So far, yes, Kay. You're so welcome. What a beautiful it was a beautiful meditation. You're so welcome, Kay. Oh, hold on a minute. I needed that reading too. I'm so glad, Whitney. Thank you for being here and receiving it. For anyone who doesn't know the context, my last partner suffered from addiction, which is what ended our relationship. I'm sending you so much support, Kay. So much support. Didn't reply because I was locked in. No, I figured, Kay. I trust me, I figured. And thank you for sharing that. It's such a powerful meditation, especially, yep, it really is. Yep, especially when you're a naturally born healer. Thank you, Sin. That was beautiful and brought so much clarity and healing. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for sharing it and filled in all the gaps I was wondering about. I'm so glad, dear. All right, next person we're reading for is Kath. Kath, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. You'll be the fourth person read for. I will also point out we're keeping the list a bit shorter today, so if you'd like to get on the list today, please do so sooner rather than later if you'd like to claim your spot. We're also at 39.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Kath, absolutely happy to give you highest priority. All right, can I please get... All right, can I please have, I guess I'm gonna have to create a meditation section in the Discord. Okay. I have to make notes about these things because, goldfish. All right. Can I please have 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. Thank you so much, India, for those gifts. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Whoop. Speaking about close energy, um, this is just gonna be the vibe today, huh? Um, so I'm gonna kind of tell you what I'm seeing here, and I know how difficult it is. Um, can you just hold on one moment before we continue? And thank you, Bridget, for getting on the list. I need to address something so I can be completely present for this reading, and then we'll continue, Kath. Just bear with me 1 second, please. Okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you again for getting on the list, Bridget. You'll be read for after Lisa. And we've got, if anyone else wants to be on the list today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. So, Kath, getting back to your reading, the one thing I'm seeing around, I feel like there's somebody around you, like it's giving me some kind of energetic distress call. But the thing about it that I need to point out, and this is the thing that I see that like bothers me with whatever this energy is that's around you, is you can't tell someone get away from me and then issue an energetic distress call. You know, it's you can't do it. It puts someone in it puts someone in an impossible situation, because when you say get away from me and then you start like energetically broadcasting help me, it creates confusion and it creates a lack of clarity. And I the way I often describe this is what I describe about like the way I describe this as is come hither energy. You know, like it creates that impossibility vector where anything that you do to move towards someone just puts you in energetic danger, right? Because if you stay away, like they're saying, like recognize if someone's put you in a catch 22, right? It's because then if you stay away, then you've abandoned them. But if you move towards them, now you're not listening to them, right? And I keep on hearing, and the reason, and it feels like there's something here, it has to do, and I feel like they're saying this to, and it's interesting because it says to me, like, I'm feeling like there's new energy coming towards you sooner rather than later. And the overarching message I'm hearing is you're never going to have to rescue me. You know, like you're not going to be in a space, um, like you're not going to be in a space of having to, um, have to, you shouldn't have to play calculus to figure out what another person needs, you know? Like that's the thing I keep on hearing about this. Like it doesn't have to, it's not going to be that hard. And if you've been going through this, they're saying, remember, it doesn't have to be that hard. It's never going to be that hard with the right person who knows how to energetically communicate. But it's impossible if someone's putting you in that space. And this is why it's so like hard when someone creates come hither energy, because it's anything you do is the wrong thing, right? It's awful. It creates the most comfortability for them, and it's the most dangerous space that another person around them can be in, right? And I'm getting this really strongly right now because I just see you like it feels like someone who locked themselves out of your life, right? It feels like somebody who locked themselves out of your life because they didn't expect you to actually honor something. But this is and here's the thing. Like this is what when energy I keep on hearing when energy moves nefariously, they lose the gift of an honorable relationship, because the energy that moves like nefariously never takes anyone at their word. And so I feel like I see someone who's going through some kind of path work of recognizing and identifying, you know, just how much they lost as it relates to a connection with you. But they're saying even now, like the reason I keep on hearing this is because if energy like this comes back in this way, remember the only thing you should hear from someone is full accountability of the position that they put you in. Because it almost feels to me like someone owes you a massive apology. And don't let someone replace a help me with an apology. Don't let them Like, don't let them, I keep on hearing, don't let them come in trying to like pull on your heartstrings. Instead of just telling you, like, and like, don't let them, you don't, and I keep on hearing, you don't have to feel guilty if they tell you something devastating instead of apologizing, right? Because that is just further confirmation of the type of guilt they're trying to create in you, right? Like, that is for, like, they're saying if they do that, that's just further confirmation of the fact that they haven't changed. Um, I keep on hearing no lamentation. Um, and I'm saying this in a big way right now because I just see you. Like, I keep on hearing there's a lot of fresh start energy around you right now. There's a lot of new opportunity. Um, don't like, don't let someone make you feel bad for getting strong, because it does. It feels like somebody who like moved away from you, like trying to teach you. And again, this is like, we do what we say and we say what we do, and we do what we say, and we don't say things to get our way, you know? Like, you've you've become stronger. I see the guy. I see, and I feel like this is coming from a guide that says that they've seen how strong you've become. Like, someone tried to devastate you by walking away, and instead, I just see you, I mean, making the best out of it. And so I keep on hearing, don't like, and I feel like there's anything, and there's something else here. There's something else here I just want to be conscientious about. Don't let someone try to come to you and say that they were hurting you to get you in that state. Don't let someone try to take credit. Don't let someone try to be like it was all like, it was not a part of someone's, like, there's no wheels behind wheels on this, in someone trying to be like, well, I knew this would make you strong. No, none of this strong kites in like big kites and strong wind energy, right? Because I keep on hearing nobody is responsible for the strength you found but you. And if someone says, if I didn't put you through that, you wouldn't be strong. No, that is the song of someone trying to take credit for hurting you. Bottom of the deck. Don't let someone take, I keep on hearing, don't let someone take credit for hurting you. They take responsibility for hurting you. Okay? like I keep on, like, this is wild. I don't even know what I'm reading here. Like, this is this is again, like, that is this that I see something like this, like, no, no, no. Don't don't think for an instant, right? Like, this is you. I keep on hearing a guide say you're strong because you're strong, right? Not someone saying I was trying to make you stronger. None of that. None of that. Mm-mm. Because I keep on hearing the energy you're moving to saying I would never. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Catherine, and thank you for winning the highest gifter. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Like, that is someone being like that is someone being like, yeah, I threw you, and I knew you couldn't swim. I threw you in the water, but now look at you swimming just fine. You're welcome. No, that's you were trying, like, that was not what you were trying. Like, that's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, what was the other option? Like, that's not an option. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Catherine. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Ugh. Next person on the list. Ugh. Is Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know. I don't like it. Danae, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. That's what I keep on hearing. Like, yeah. It's not a choice if there was no other option. Yeah. Sorry. Next person on the list is Danae. Thank you so much again. Thank you, Catherine. Hi, hi, Kath. Oh, this is an energetic close connection. And yep, I thought you were, oh, excellent. Sounds like, yeah, I keep on hearing it's time for the new. Like this is saying to me, like, I just keep on seeing this is like all new energy for you. Like I keep on hearing welcome relief. I'm new to getting vision, so I'm glad I could get a reading from an outside source to confirm. No, you're welcome. And thank you so much, dear, for sharing that. It's fine. You're kind of right. Last time I was thinking of moving too. I don't know why, but I feel like there's someone in the past coming back. Oh, I feel like all of this is being said just to prepare you in case there is. And I keep on hearing something devastating happening in another person's life is not an apology, is what I keep on hearing. Thomas, thank you for getting on the list, dear. Can you please confirm? Can you please confirm where you sent the donation with an initial on where you sent it, and I'll confirm your space on list. Just the initials, fine. I'm glad that you blocked that person, Kath. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate you. I think I already have an idea of that. So glad I have a year subscription. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that a lot. No, nobody is making diamonds here. Yes, exactly. Yeah, nobody's like, I was trying to craft you. No, you were trying to crush me. Really? That felt like it felt like a lot like crushing. It felt a lot like crushing. Where they walk away, they chose, so they're not welcome anymore. Exactly. Tap to claim, Kath. That makes me mad. Yes, thank you. I always thought of being resilient, so I'll always take credit for being strong for myself. Yep, absolutely do that. Yep, your strength is, I keep on hearing, like your strength is exceptional. It's not conditional on what another person gave you. They don't get to claim credit for it. Apple, I'm happy to read for you, dear, if you'd like to get on the list. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Yes, I'm the only one responsible for being stronger. Exactly. I keep on hearing you persevered in spite of, not because of. That's what you have to write down. That was the overarching message of the reading. You persevered in spite of, not because of. Write that down somewhere, Kath. All right. This is going wild on the energy. Well, I just that bothers me. All right, creative. Yesterday during one cards, you said someone wanted me to break the ice with them. Okay. All right. I'm very glad to hear that, Kath. There's a few it could be. Okay, yep. Can I get 4, please, about that connection we spoke about? I'm getting some kind of energy, and so completely different from what we just read for. This is feeling like someone, and it feels more professional. Like this is feeling like someone who met you and they wanted to reach out to you, and now they've done. I keep on hearing they did that. I keep on hearing them say, they're saying they did that dumb thing that we sometimes do, where they let like life got in the way, and now they feel like a lunatic reaching out. Is what I keep on hearing. I just see someone being like, they probably don't even remember me, is what I keep on getting. Like this is saying to me, I don't know if this was a situation you were corresponding with someone on. Um, and now it's like, I feel like it almost gives me it's giving me the vibration of saying, I can't respond to them now. Um, what will they like? What will they even think of me? We've all been in this. We've all been in this situation where we feel like we moved away from a window of time. But I feel like this is also. I keep on hearing this is a season for you of reintroduction. Is what I keep on hearing. There's something about this. This is what I mean with icebreaker energy, because I feel like if you like, they're saying to me like now is a good time to reach out and offer to something to someone as it relates to keep on hearing I've got good news to share, right? Like something about being able to articulate and offer something, because I feel like there's a bunch of energy around you. Oh, that needs some kind of reminder you've got a procrastination problem here. Okay. And I think it has a lot, this is why it's coming through professionally. You need to, there's, okay, I'm going to put it, okay, I'm going to tell you something I'm seeing right now. And it's interesting too. You've got an issue that I see where there's too much energy that wants you now and not enough energy that needs you out there, is what I keep on seeing, which is saying to me that you're having an issue that you're feeling overworked in the future, but not having the stability of something that you can see in the future. So, what they're saying is they're saying you have to make some kind of change to your processes by which energy has to start planning and booking and giving you more time to schedule something, being able to push something out to create some kind of clarity on something. Because I just keep on seeing, I don't know what this is. It feels like there's some kind of season that's going to hit, and everybody's going to want something at the same time, but you can do it. There's no, I keep on hearing, if there's no reason you can't do it now, instead of the time that they need it, is what I keep on hearing. So they're saying work on helping other under energy understand what your calendar is. They're saying work on helping others understand like what that looks like, because something about you creating that space and telling others, if you want me then, you need to tell me now, is going to save you. Because I keep on hearing you're leaving something, like there's something here that you could be getting more of, but with a little bit more careful planning. And that's why I'm hearing here icebreaker energy, because they're saying to me that you kind of like almost reaching out and saying like, hey, I know we did this last time. I wanted to check. It's the anniversary of something. I wanted to offer you this, right? Almost like I keep on seeing like predicating opportunities based on the fact of the last time that you saw someone, like almost giving someone, like helping someone understand something they need by letting them, like not letting them lose the opportunity, right? So they're actually saying like go look at your calendar like last year and start sending those icebreakers out and saying, hey, I'm doing this again, or I noticed it's the anniversary of something, or I noticed that now this is coming up. I wanted to see if you would like to do something, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I see that there's a lot of energy around you that is overtasked, and sometimes energy that is doing something for the first time. It's giving me a little bit of this like blink or you miss it kind of energy, right? Not knowing how to do something, or not, or letting something go to the last moment and then suddenly you're not available. So something about you, um, you know, doing this is also preventing a situation of someone else trying to get to you at the last minute, right? Like it's almost helping someone say, if you want this, let's do it now because I might not be available, is what I keep hearing. Um, and I also see, I also see that there's like it's like I keep on hearing someone say, "Oh my goodness, thank you for reminding me." Is all I keep on hearing. Thank you for reminding me. So they're saying like think about the fact that you can move back towards someone by being like by I keep on hearing like knocking twice or being that energetic reminder of something that you talked about with them. But if you haven't heard back, it's like I keep on hearing someone say it completely slipped my mind, right? It's like not someone in a space. And also because of this, because I see someone who like I almost see you doing this in some way and someone being like, no, but there's something else I wanted to talk to you about or some kind of new opportunity. Like it feels to me like I see there's a lot of changes I'm seeing that are happening right now. And I feel like these are good things because I see like it feels to me like this is going to be a season, then you're going to be busier than ever. But something about preparing for it now, because it says to me, whatever this is, it's a bit down the line. They're saying like the way you're going to prevent something feeling overwhelming is that you're doing something sooner rather than later, right? So just I know I'm being a little ambiguous about this right now, but it's saying to me, I keep on hearing things in relationality to calendar, helping another person with their calendar, reminding them about a calendar event that's coming up, and then offering something if they'd like to do something sooner rather than later, not necessarily on the day of, is what I keep on hearing, if that makes sense. Thank you so much, Danae, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Samilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we have 3 spots left. We are also at 44K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this out to those who have not received these messages before. Okay. You're so welcome, Kath. You're so welcome, dear. Can you be pulled? You're next now, Lisa. Yes. So yes, the answer is yes. Mackie, you can ask me anything, but if you'd like a reading, you have to send a donation. And yes, I've got you on the list, dear. I do. Okay, thank you so much, Creative. Have a great one. Thank you for all of your help today, Kay. I'm definitely gonna check my calendar. Yeah, I keep on hearing someone say, thank you for reminding me. So if someone hasn't gotten back to you about some kind of opportunity that they talked to you about, you know, like I feel like they're saying you can use your calendar as a reason to communicate with them. Be like, listen, I just want to make sure I've gotten you on it. So, like they're saying there's something about that that's important. Hi there, Fig. Good to see you today. Lisa, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. Thank you for that gift. Smush, smush. I love your username. Second call right now for Lisa. Second call right now for Lisa. How are you doing today, Meg? All right, second call for Lisa. If Lisa has stepped away, we're continuing on the list right now. The next person on the list, if not Lisa, Bridget. Thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Yasmin. We've got two cards, two spots left for today, two spots left. If you would like to claim one of those spots, feel free to send the donation and you'll be added to the list. We are also at 45K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, and just bear with me a moment as I put the the offer here. And just a reminder for those who are interested in getting on the list, the things that we read for here, we do highest priority messages from spirit, we do angelic guidance, we do life path readings, we do we do dream interpretation readings, we also do past life readings, pet readings, mediumship readings. We also do love readings. And if you would like, you can find the full list of readings that are offered on my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And if you have information that is relevant to our read, for instance, if you have a dream you'd like me to interpret or past life you'd like more information on, you can include the notes in the notes of the donation. Or if you are a subscriber, you can post them in our subscriber only Discord that is available to you as a subscriber. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Two more spots available today. Coins, thank you so much for the follow. All right, we're reading for Bridget right now. Oh, Lisa's back. Lisa's here. Lisa, why can't I see you? Oh, Lisa's back. Okay, I've been experiencing weird spiritual things. Can we tap into that? Absolutely. Weird. Interesting. Okay. And thank you. And thank you for your patience, Lisa. Can I have extra? If we'll do 5 cards. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Um, I'm sorry, I'm laughing. It's a good laughing. It's a good laughing. Um, absolutely. So I'm seeing a situation or circumstance. Okay. How do I explain this? Um, how do I work? Okay, fine. I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain what I'm seeing here. I feel like the reason you're seeing something here is effectively because I think the best way to kind of describe it is like you're in the middle of an energetic shift. And they're saying to me that a lot of those things that you're seeing are signs that that energetic shift is occurring. And the thing about it is, you know, and that's and that's why I keep on seeing it's having to work towards some feeling of confidence here because everything I keep on seeing that's happening, and I gotta point out a little bit of I'm talking to a guide that's been doing a lot of work in protecting you from somebody's like meh. Like, that's the best. That's like the best way I can describe it. It's like protecting from you from somebody's like meh, like which is like I gotta. So like how do I work you through this? Um, I see you've been on like a path work of perseverance for like I'm saying at least like the last 10 months or so. Okay. And like a lot of this energy, and I've got two different energetic like energies around you right now that I'm identifying. And I see one energy that's like in this space of being like, um, you'll be back. Like that's the best way I'm seeing this energy. Like someone who's like all set, like this is a phase, right? Like I almost see you like navigating something that you were doing, and there's like a lot of this like this energy around that was like, yeah, they're going through a phase, like almost in like it's almost giving me like someone almost doing it in like a derisive fashion, which is saying like, yeah, like and when someone says, I always like to point this out, often when another person doesn't really believe that we're going on a healing journey, the song you will hear is that, this is a phase. You can't stick with this. This is just something you're doing. You'll be back. Right? Like that's that's often the energy that we hear. But and that's why I keep on seeing that there's something here, because I feel like you've got some kind of guide that's like it's not a phase. It's who you are, right? And I feel like there's something about that. I would not be surprised. I don't know if this is some kind of pathwork of purpose you put yourself on. Again, is there some kind of anniversary coming up here? It feels to me like there's something that's happening right now that's some kind of milestone for you. You know, like it almost shows like again it's something like the like often you know like you're when another person was thought was going to be a phase, you're hitting a milestone on. Um, and I just keep on seeing that something about that is, and this is what I meant about like what like some of those things that you're seeing. It's almost feeling to me the fact that like I feel like some of those signs that you're seeing are almost articulating like the energetic protection around you from anything that you're choosing not to go back towards, if that makes sense. There's something really like it's giving me what's interesting about it is it almost feels to me like some kind of like protection energy or a guide that's stepping forward in some way to try to articulate to you and appreciate how far you've come. And at the same time, like it almost says like, you know, some of that energy that you're picking up is like I keep on hearing you're seeing the signs and synchronicities of spirit having your back is what I keep on hearing. Like like the signs and synchronicities are trying to help you see that spirit has your back in something or that you're energetically safe, and especially in relationality to the past not returning, because there everything I keep on seeing here, um you know and I keep on hearing like you've got a guide that's almost articulating and saying, um, you know, energy energy that's not like energy that does not support our growth or does not support our expansion will all I don't know why I keep on hearing things like this, but they'll say things of the nature like, I know you. This isn't who you are. Who are you trying to who do you think you are? Right? You'll be back. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's almost like that energy. I keep on hearing like the way that you try to pin a butterfly to a wall is by telling them that they're not going to energetically amount to anything, right? Um, it's a lot of that, it's a lot of that. I keep on hearing like it's a lot of that space that almost like it works like it's another person's like bitterness projected onto us when we're trying to do something that is an honest to goodness change. And so I feel like, there's something about those signs and synchronicities that you're seeing that are almost trying to say to another person, like, it's not a phase. It's not a phase. It's not a phase. And not only is it not a phase, they're saying you can see clear evidence of it, is what I'm getting. You're like, like that. I almost feel like you've got a guide and you're going, what was that? And the guide's going, that is your evidence that it's not a phase, is what I keep on hearing the guide say. The guy's going, that right there, can you is you tell them that was a phase. Tell them that was a phase, is what I keep on hearing them say. Like, tell them that was a phase. Tell them that was a phase. Um, like try to explain that. Is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, bottom of the deck. I keep on hearing I'm laughing because it does kind of feel like spirit has your back in a really petty way. I'm laughing because and this is it's like, and I like this with spirit because spirit's like, I'm not being petty, they're being petty. Like it's like it's like it's giving me a little bit of this energy that the spirit's picking up around you, and someone being like, oh, like they're disbelieving, they're like disbelieving the illusion of your own journey. And so like I see spirit being like, hold my drink. Like spirit's like rolling up, rolling up their sleeves going, hold on, oh no 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 no. They're gonna wait till they see this. All right, was that a phase? Like, was that a phase? Oh, now they're all running. Where are you going? I thought it was a phase. Like, so I like your spirit team. Like they're saying they're like we're just giving it back. They're like, and like they're like I keep on hearing like the spiritual protection of another person's pettiness is like, is experienced in you having like I keep on hearing like actual confirmation of an energetic shift, so that spirit's like, explain that one. Like is that a phase? Like, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if don't make source mad. Um, this thank you so much, Lisa, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today, 2 spots left. It's 3 cards for it's your energy. Like that's the thing about it. It's your spirit team, is what I'm seeing. And that's why again I keep on seeing like I don't see you bothered by it. I feel like I see you just like honestly confused. Uh, if that helps. And if you have any, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We've got 2 more spots today. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. And thank you, Nikki. Thank you for getting on the list. We've got one more spot today. Good to see you, dear. And if anyone else wants to claim that final spot, you can get on the list. The list will then be closed and we'll move to one card readings for subscribers. But we're reading for Bridget right now. We're also at 46.6K likes. So when we get to 50K, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're topping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And thank you again, Lisa, for your patience in having that reading. I've had a busy morning. I just left the chiropractor. Oh, I hope you're doing well, Fig. Pearl, thank you for those gifts, dear. Mine's going to be your meeting. Of course, dear. Everything in its right place now. Hey there, yes, after I get my kid and get home. Good, I'm glad. I hope so, because being out of whack hurts worse than being out back together. Sending you support, Fig. Make sure you're resting up. The sound my neck made was loud. Oh, jeez. Welcome to Taurus season. Everything's in the shoulders and the neck right now. Make sure you're hydrating, because it's really dry energy right now. All right. I feel like $1 million when I leave here. I'm so glad, Bridget. Eris, what are you apologizing for? Oh, thank you. Oh, I see. I understand. Yes. I'm sending you support on that journey, Fig. Ugh. I need to practice. Yeah. Make sure you're not taking on too much weight, Fig. I need to practice a lot of things, starting with meditation, garden work, Reiki. We got the list here. It's all up in the Discord. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. You know what I'll do too? I can create, I'm going to create a place on the Discord for that too. All right. Thank you. I'll take any help. Absolutely. The faith I have is so vast compared to my past. That's what I keep on seeing. But that's the thing about it. They're saying like the faith that you have is so vast compared to your past. But they're saying that there's something about what you're seeing now that's giving evidence to it. Like that's why they're saying, they're like, that's what I keep on seeing. Like it's the energy that's showing you, it's like the understanding of seeing something. And I keep on hearing something that's solely and specifically meant for you, Hi there, Nikki. No, and again, they're saying you don't have to, because they're saying to me that they're showing that to you, because they're like, forget what they say. They're saying like it's like they're showing it to you, being like, forget them. Like they're saying like that's why I feel like it's their counterpoint, Hi, Fig. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Menopause. Who are you kidding? I can't even do two things at the same time. Lovely, because I'll be home. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Oh, thank you, Carly. I do my best. I don't think it's not, I don't, pennies. I mean, like, I literally said that and like, they were like, we're not the penny. They're like, we're not the penny ones. No, I know. Spirit and I have such a funny relationship. I feel this. Thank you as well, Nikki. Well, they're doing it to show you. Like, it's like, they're literally like, was that well, go ahead, work that one out. Like, like work that one out. I'll wait. Like Spirit's going, I'll wait. Like, put that foot down. Yes. Bridget, when you plant your things, picture light pouring from your palms into the plant. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. No, I'm just like, what's this? I mean, like that's what I feel like they're doing that. Like it's like I keep on saying it's showing you the reality of what it is that you work to, like, again, man, like they're like and that's the thing, you don't need to explain it to anybody, you know? She's showing out. I love it. Exactly. And Leo, thank you for the follow. I got you, Bridget. Alexia, if you want to pay, you can head over to the donation. There's links in my bio where you can send the donation. And we've got one spot available today. Oh, also, once I complete Bridget's reading, we're going to do 50K. We reached our 50K milestone. So thank you guys so much. Yep. 4 cards, please. I mean, the one thing that they're saying is that they've already been in pretty heavy communication with you. Um, you know, and I keep on hearing if I keep on hearing someone saying that the one thing that they've kind of come into a breakthrough point upon as it relates to how they navigated situations is they were navigate I keep on hearing I want to know if this person had Aquarius placements because I hear someone talking in the space of trying to say I was navigating like there's an element of cynicism towards someone I'm hearing here. Like someone who says I was so busy trying to protect someone from the world around them that I forgot that another world was possible. I was so busy trying to prepare someone for the world around them that I forgot the possibility that an entirely different world was possible so long as I stopped making the same choices, is what I keep on hearing. And I and that's why I see someone who is going through like they're going through their own process of healing because they're saying that their biggest regret was forgetting the fact that the world was capable of changing. And so I see it even now. Like they're like, I keep on hearing them say, "How could I have known?" And this is why we say we don't operate on what we know; we operate on what we dream. Because when we build into the context of preparing the energetic child for the world around them, but letting them know the possibility that something better could be on the horizon. We always do so with a grain. I keep on hearing them say, "I had no salt in my mouth." They're saying I should have kept salt under my tongue, and that's why they're saying that their biggest regret was that they had no salt under their tongue, because they're saying that when we give something to a child, we do it with a grain of salt, which is the articulation of saying there might be something that I don't know this is just my experience. I leave you, like, I leave you to discover what I cannot see, right? The possibility. We look towards the I see, like, we look towards the energetic child like a flower of discovery. But when we're too cynical, right? When we've lost hope in the world around us, right? When we feel that anxiety and that fear and that desperation, we start to we start, I keep on saying, we start trying to arm the children for what they can expect, and we start putting all of this weight on them and say, you have to be ready, you have to be ready, you have to be ready. And then the child goes out and they realize that everything that they were told to be wary of wasn't outside, it was within, right? It's it's the over it's the overprotectiveness. And this is why we talk about intention doesn't save you, right? Like, there was love here, and I can hear them saying, they're saying it's no excuse, because I keep on hearing someone say, I was so worried about trying to prepare someone for how difficult something was going to be. I forgot that something was changing. I forgot the fact that by the time they moved away from me, I was the one out of touch, not them. And they can see that now. And I keep on seeing someone say, and I think that it's interesting because it feels like someone who was so shaped by their past, everything they did, I keep on hearing, they're saying everything they did was trying to prepare you for what they experienced instead of trying to protect you from it. I keep on hearing someone say, everything I did was trying to protect you. And that's what's so painful here. I see so much love, but then I keep on hearing them say, I was the one. And I kept saying to them when they tried to push against me, you're out of touch. You'll thank me someday. And I see the fact that someone said, turns out I was the one out of touch. I was the one out of touch. And I keep on hearing them say, and I feel like there was something about that dream where they were giving you the pomegranate that was them trying to communicate and say, I hope you can forgive me someday. Like, and that's why often, like, I keep on hearing the reason the pomegranate is given in the underworld is almost someone trying to say, I forgot there was a life beyond this one. I forgot there was a life beyond the past I experienced. I forgot there was a life beyond the trauma I was surrounded by. I should have given you wings instead of weapons. Bottom of the deck on this reading. At the same time, they say, like, I feel like I see someone um, who I see, it's actually interesting because I feel like they see you with wings is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing someone say, I didn't give them to them. I didn't give them those wings. They grew those all on their own. They grew them despite what I gave them, and they're even more beautiful for that reason. Because I keep on hearing them say, like, I don't know why they're saying this, but it almost feels like they're calling you an iron butterfly, which is like, like you have the experience of, like, what they inadvertently put you through, but you didn't let it you didn't let it warp you. You didn't let it change you. You managed to um you managed to move towards that possibility for yourself, you know it- and I feel like that, and I keep on seeing them say, like, they're relieved in that, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on seeing that something about seeing you, like, able to move through that in that way, like restores them even in the space of regret that they have as it relates to the relation, like the iron, I keep on hearing, as it relates to the iron it created in your relationship. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. There's room on the list for one more person today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Caitlin. Caitlin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, but Caitlin, before you do so, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. So just hang tight for a moment before you give me your question. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And Leo, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Samada, for the follow. Hi there. Welcome. I'm drinking tons of water. I'm very glad to hear that, Fig. I'm not sure what you're asking about, Samada, but if you'd like to get on the list, we've got room for one more person today. Shmush Mush, subscribers have access to the Discord. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, you'll have access to the Discord. You'll also get a free card each day. Yep. I made an olive tree. No, I don't think it was possible. Oh dear, purr. Hold on a minute. And Bong, thank you for the follow. Yep, I think I might bring old Jer Bear in here as well. Excellent. It's giving usher me. Oh no, Nikki. What is wrong with you? Oh my gosh, you guys, be nice to each other. That's one way to do it. Obviously unintentional. My dad was very displeased with the cost to replant. I can imagine. I want to hear that whole story on the Discord. He struggled a lot in his own mind. Oh, I see it. Like there's a deep thinker here. You know? Never lose hope, Hardy. He was borderline, which because to him, oh dear, Bridget, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you for the follow, Bongwei. And if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please, by all means, please correct me. I've been giggling like a schoolgirl all day on live. Such fun. I'm glad that this is keeping you in a good spirit, Adam. He had a hard past. No, I mean, I'm really like, like just a really deep thinker. I can relate. And thank you so much for supporting each other in the comments. And thank you, Nicole, for subscribing. Yes, I forgave him when I was 27. But when I turned 30, he came to me and asked for forgiveness. Oh, sending you so much support, Bridget. And Miss Annie, thank you for the follow. Happy to read for you. I've got one more spot today. If you'd like to claim it, all you need to do is send the donation. Whoops, hold on. I told him that he needs to forgive himself now. And I see someone that, I see someone that's working. I see someone working in the space of trying to better, like, work towards that resolution. But it was interesting because I keep on hearing, seeing you, seeing you is helping them forgive themselves, is what I keep on hearing, right? Because every time they see you and they're okay, they're going, it's okay. It's okay. Hi there. Sending you support on that journey, Hardy. Welcome, Miss Annie. You're so welcome, Bridget. Thank you, user 627. That's kind of you to say. And thank you, Creative, for subscribing, dear. We used to have really good, deep conversations. I miss that the most. No, I see it. And I keep on hearing like there's so much love here. I keep on seeing it's like a lot of the love that was bordering on fear trying to prepare you for something, right? Thank you, Bridget. All right. We are now going to do the 50K giveaway. So thank you, Carly, for the follow. So what I'm going to do right now is thank you guys for helping us get to our 50K milestone. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that, I'm glad that you're working. It's that type, it's hard, right? Because I keep on hearing like non-intentional, but still, you know what I mean? Like that can be some of the hardest stuff to heal. So good job and continue to do that journey. Grand Rising, Haley. All right, friends. So we are at 50K. I'm going to be doing the giveaway. I'm going to think of a number right now. Between one, I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 59. First person I see that posts a number, I'll get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. No. 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 Oh, more. No. No, no, no. No. Oh, I picked a good one. No. 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 Mm-mm. Nope. No. Oh, Bridget, you got it. Congratulations. All right. Thank you guys. That was intense. Sin, come on. I don't want to hear it. I saw Esteban just write no. Okay. Who wrote 99999? Me, come on. Who wrote 1212? I wasn't even gonna guess, and I was like, oh, I have to now. Try now. Hells, thank you for the follow. Well, Bridget, you just had that reading. So you can let me know if you'd like to hold it for tomorrow or if you'd like to have it today. Next person on the list for today. That was fun. That was a journey. All right, we're reading for Caitlin now. Caitlin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, it was painful. We've got room for one more person on the list if someone would like to claim that spot before the list will be closed for the day. Second call for Caitlin. If Caitlin is not here, Grace, thank you for getting on the list, dear. You'll be right for after Nikki. That was painful. We'll hold it. Excellent. All right. And Danny, thank you for the follow. I know, I saw you were, I love the fact that you were giving all these ridiculous numbers and then you dropped one. I'm like, that was the number. Yes. All right. Next person on the list is Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And the list is now closed. But if you would like to get on the list for Monday, you can get on the list now and you'll be the first person read for on Monday. Second call for Yasmin, Caitlin or Yasmin. Second call for Yasmin, Caitlin or Yasmin. All right. All right, third call for Caitlin or Yasmin. If Caitlin or Yasmin are not here, we're moving down the list. I'm looking for Per. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to come in. I thought the same thing, Nikki. I thought the same thing. All right. Hi there, Yaz. All right, please hold Per. We've got Yasmin back. Can you let me know, Yaz, if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if you're a subscriber, hang tight. We've got about 4 more readings to do. And then we're going to be moving into our 1 card readings for subscribers. Dwayne, if you're here, I also owe you a card for yesterday. I didn't get a chance to give you your extra card yesterday. All right. And Arabian, thank you for the follow as well. I wrote the question. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to look for it there. Just a reminder to anyone on the list right now, if you have information that you feel is relevant to our reading, you can include it in the notes. Do I have permission to read what you sent me, Yaz? You can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can post it. You can post it in the subscriber only Discord channel, and I can read it there. No, go back. Perfect. All right, what are we reading for here? I got you, Yaz. All right. Poppy, I'm afraid the list is closed right now, dear. But if you'd like to get on the list for Monday, I'm happy to read for you then, if you'd like to send the donation. All right. Also, we'll be doing 1 cards for subscribers, Poppy, if you'd like to become a subscriber. Yes, I have confirmation. I have permission. All right, I have permission from Yaz to read the note. Okay, this is what was sent. My question today is, can I get some clarity on this situation with this individual? We've been dating for a bit now, shared some beautiful moments, but now the energy feels unclear and inconsistent. I talked about it with him, but the more I see clarity and congruency, the more he seems confused. Simple questions seem to overwhelm him. I'm left feeling confused and ungrounded, like his words and actions can change from one day to the next. I'm not sure what is happening, why he's confused, why the communication is not working, and most importantly, what I should do regarding this situation. Is it worth working on and being patient, or it's too much instability and stress for nothing? I would love to know what my higher self feels is best for me to do. Thank you so much. P.S. We agreed we both wanted to take it slow because we both got out of relationships a couple of months ago. But we also both feel a connection, and feelings grow as time goes. He treats me like his girlfriend sometimes and sometimes not. Okay. Thank you for that robust question. Can I please get, all right, 4 cards for Yaz, please. What's going on? This is an incredibly busy person, is what I'm seeing. You know, but I keep on hearing, but the thing is, and I think that this is what's really important about it, is I think the conversation that you need to have with someone is not whether they want a relationship. You have to say to someone, can you tell me what your ideal relationship looks like? This is one of the biggest mistakes we make when we come towards each other in partnerships, right? We say to one another, "You want a relationship?" And we go, "Yeah, of course I want a relationship." And then we leave it at that. But the difference is the relationship that I've got in my head, like what I see as a relationship versus what you might see as a relationship, couldn't be further apart. And I keep on hearing something here, you know, I see someone that, you know, and I think that there's something really important about this. If this is someone who's like, I just keep on seeing someone going like this to a certain extent as it relates to their life, right? Like there's, and I don't know if this was an issue in their last relationship, you know, where um, I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is not a space where there's parts of our life that are off limits, is what I keep on hearing. A healthy relationship is not the type where parts of our life are off limits. And that doesn't mean that you can't that you have to do things with each other all the time. Like you don't have to be like in perfect energetic connection, but it does feel like I'm sensing something around someone who has a tendency of compartmentalizing, right? And it can be difficult because I see you in a space that you don't compartmentalize at all. You know, I see you in a space where you see that healthy relationship is one of matriculation, right? And what's that mean? So I and like matriculation is like, hey, I'm going here. You want to come with me? Like we're all going here. We're all going there. Who wants to come? You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of that matriculation, which is the more the merrier. And that's always what's difficult. The more the area, like the more the merrier energy never jives well with energy that wants to compartmentalize. Because energy that wants to compartmentalize says that this is the relationship I want. I'll see you on Tuesday night. No, it's Tuesdays. Yeah. Why does it matter? No, everything's fine. We see each other on Tuesdays. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What it doesn't matter I'm doing the other day. We see each other on Tuesdays. Why why are you pushing in? Why is it you're like and you see what's happening now? Now these are two different energies. And one person is looking for a relationship that's compartmentalized. Says, I'm looking for a relationship. I want someone that on Tuesday nights I can do this with. These are my free nights, right? Everything else I'm busy. Versus somebody who says, you know, like that's the expectation of saying the Tuesday nights lead to Wednesday nights, leads to Thursday and Friday nights. And I keep on hearing you guys have reached an energetic impasse point. And that's why I would definitely say that you need to have a conversation with someone and not just say, do you want a relationship? Say, what would be your ideal relationship? What does that look like? What did your last relationship look like? What happened? What happened? Because I keep on seeing that there's that whatever this is here, it's giving me like someone who's reached the point where they like something just the way it is, you know? Like they're in that space where they're building into that context of saying like this might be their manifestation goal. And that's why I want you having those conversations with them right now because everything I keep on seeing is they're in a point. I keep on seeing one person saying everything is perfect, right? This is where I want it to be. And I see you being like, this is not, this just feels like it's stopped dead in its tracks. I see you being like, this is what is happening? Where, like, why aren't things proceeding as they should? So that's why I want you having this conversation with someone. And I'm going to tell you right now, that conversation shouldn't feel like pulling teeth. And I think that you've already kind of articulated that if that sometimes, and I need to point this out, a healthy manifestation is one that we're energetically proud to articulate, right? We're eager to talk about it. So if this energy is saying that they want the same things as you, but then every time you're trying to do things that move them in the directionality of that, things are sane and reasonable, then recognize that you've identified someone who's trying to like that. One of the issues they may have in relationships is their desire to try to compartmentalize things, which is saying, you exist here, and this is my entire life. And my entire life is off limits. And I got to tell you, it's hard. We meet energy like that. There's energy, there's some energy that wants to compartmentalize their relationships. And it never, and, like that space, the way you can usually identify that that's occurring is when you say, you know, why aren't things moving into, like, things feel like they've reached a stop. Like, why aren't we moving? Like, what is happening? And then someone says, if they start saying things like, why are you making problems where problems don't exist? When all you're doing is asking simple questions, like where something is going, recognize that what that person's really saying to you is, this is my perfect. We have hit the sweet spot of what I want something to be. This is actually my manifestation goal. So start with that question. If you're feeling like you've hit a blockage in terms of conversation, say, can you please articulate to me what your ideal relationship is? Not that they want one. Everybody wants a relationship. You and I, we're in a relationship right now. This is a relationship. Ask them what it looks like. Ask them what that ideal is. And then if what they're saying doesn't seem like it's matching to their actions, understand that that might be indications that what you're experiencing right now is their ideal. Because I'll tell you right now, if someone's trying to move towards an ideal with you and you bring up an issue, the answer that you should hear if they want to work with you on it is, I'm sorry you're feeling like that. Let's see what we can do to try to improve it. Versus the energy that has reached their ideal and they don't want you going anywhere because everything about it is exactly where they want it, is saying, why are you making problems where problems don't exist? Why are you trying to push in? Why are like making you question yourself or feeling like it's crazy for wanting something more is usually the identification point of someone who has exactly what they want. Bottom of the deck, 2 cards. They're never, and you're right. Sometimes, unfortunately, I need to point this out, and this is why we talk about being in a healthy spiritual space is having a healthy manifestation. A healthy manifestation is something that you can say straight from your chest, right? It's the manifestation that you're proud of. But when someone's not proud of their manifestation desire, they'll say that they want a manifestation, but they'll move out of accordance with it, right? They'll they're trying, it's like starts feeling like you're being positioned or someone's trying to create something around you instead of trying to work with you. So be very energetically mindful if what they're saying matches what you're seeing, right? Because what will you hear when someone is not doing something that makes sense? Instead of explaining, they'll say, what are you talking about? They'll try to confound you because they don't want to have the conversation. So if they're being clear, if you're being as clear as possible, and every time you try to get clarity, they say, what are you talking about? Trying to make you feel like trying to create confusion in you, then I want you to step away from them because you're recognizing someone who is trying to create confusion in you instead of creating clarity. And confusion is what creates trauma. So make sure that you're recognizing that, because usually energy that's doing that isn't going to articulate they're doing it. You sometimes have to just recognize it. And I keep on hearing healthy energy will always be clear in terms of what, like we work to clear confusion. We don't work to create it. Thank you so much for having the confusion can be the closure, is what I'm saying. If you're asking for clarity and all they're giving you is confusion, that is your confirmation. Let that be your closure. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yasmin. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for Monday, you can do so. You'll be the first person read for. You'll have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm still looking for Caitlin or Per. Caitlin and Per, you're the next two on deck. And we've got 3 more readings before we move into 1 card readings for subscribers. Okay. I see. And just a moment. Oh, Thomas, are you saying that you're Caitlin? Okay, that's okay. If you could just do me a favor, Thomas, if you could just give me the initial of the last name that the donation was sent under, I'll be happy to honor that reading. And thank you for confirming. All right. Oh, you never have to put the full name, okay? You never have to put the full name, okay? You just need to put just the initial next time, okay? Just the initial next time. All right. All right, there we go. No problem, dear. Okay, wonderful. And Thomas, could you please let me know if you would like it? And so, Per, if you could just hold a minute. Thomas, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 56.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. And Faith, thank you for the follow. Holy, thank you for the follow. Marcia, thank you for the follow. Okay. And thank you for subscribing, Shmush Shmush. Excellent. I love when Gray pulls out the lip gloss. Let me prepare her to drop this truth. I didn't know. Do I do that before I do it? I didn't even realize I do that. Now I feel awkward about it. When I turned to 10, my dad called me double digit Bridget. I love that. Oh my God, I adore that. We both said we didn't want a relationship, but he chased me in a very strong, pushy way. I mean, here's the thing. We always have a relationship, right? Whenever we move towards each other, we want a relationship. That's what I mean about making sure that it's clear about what the nature of the relationship is between you both. Because that's what I see that's happening right now, right? I see you kind of looking to define it and get clarity. And I see someone being like, this is exactly what we talked about. So I keep on saying, having that conversation in terms of saying, what is your ideal relationship? And if they say to you, I don't want one, then you have to clarify and say, you can't be being in a relationship with anyone is a relationship, right? Like you can't say, if you're saying I don't want a relationship, that literally means we don't talk. There's nothing. Like we don't like there's nothing there. Like there's always, you cannot avoid, you and I are in a relationship right now. I hate to break it to you, but anytime you engage with anyone, it is now an energetic relationship. So make sure that you're working to get that definition and clarify what it is you're seeking as well. Yes. And that's the thing. Again, consistency is key, right? Something that is good but inconsistent is worse than something that's just bad all the time. So if you're not experiencing that consistency, that can also be your closure. Marcia, thank you for the follow. All right. This is so accurate because he brings me close into his life and his circle one day and then completely switches. So he's giving you like a taste and then he's pushing. Now you go, like, yeah, he's bringing you in as neat. Yeah. So again, remember, something consistent, something good is something consistent, and something good but inconsistent is worse than something that is just bad all the time. Like that can be your closure. And you can say to them, I need consistency and I need clarity. And thank you for those gifts, Thomas. Thank you as well, Per. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal, Thomas. Yes, I hope it gets better. And again, the conversation and how they navigate that will tell you everything as to whether there's something that can be fixed or something that you need to walk away from. Pondering, asking what is a healthy relationship is making me giggle, but it's a goal. I mean, no, listen, it's a good question. And I got to point this out, Addie. A healthy relationship is a mutually agreed upon relationship. That's it. In whatever context that is. It's healthy when it's mutually agreed upon. Happy to answer that question. Thank you for asking it. Yogs, well, my love, Yogs, I'm happy to read for you, but please don't spam the comments with your question. It's not courteous to those trying to communicate. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to send the donation, you'll be the first one read for on Monday. He suppresses the emotions he seemed to be feeling the day before. But again, you're assuming he's suppressing them, right? You have to recognize whether that is someone running hot and cold or not being consistent. So you have to you take someone at face value. You have to say to someone, it doesn't seem to make sense. You seem to be completely different from one day to the next. Would you care to explain? You can say, I'm giving you the opportunity to try to explain because it's not easy for me. You can say that. You can say, this is hard for me. It's causing me pain. Can you explain why you seem to change day to day? Hi there, Marie. Yes, he's creating confusion in those conversations. So spot on. And again, healthy partnership, we work to clear confusion. We don't work to create more of it. Thank you, Zandy, for the follow. And Marie, thank you for the follow. The list is closed right now, Marie, but we are doing one card reading shortly. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'll be pulling cards for the subscribers. Exactly. Tap to claim, Addie. Confusion is trauma, and creating confusion is creating trauma in another. The confusion is the closure. All right. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. All right, we're doing Thomas's reading now. You're so welcome, dear. Can you let me know? Oh, and buon compleanno, dear. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I'm just waiting to see what your question is. And thank you as well, Mario, for the follow. A general, you've got it, dear. All right. Can I please have 3 cards? Highest priority messages for Thomas. So is this like a family member that you're on the outs with? I feel like I see someone helping you through some kind of closure point in relationality to like what's in your power to heal versus what's in your power to accept. And I need to kind of and it feels really energetically painful to a certain extent because here's the thing about it. It's not your responsibility to fix everything. Like the ability to heal something, it requires mutual investiture in what the work is. I want you to write that down somewhere. Healing something requires mutual investiture on where the work needs to go. And this is why it can be impossible, because if you're going towards someone, you're saying, this is a problem, this is something we need to fix, and someone else is going, everything's fine, the problem doesn't exist, like you're the, like, you know what I mean? Like that, like that's the moment, like it creates that, it's that, it's, there's nothing that can be done in that way, because that's the energy that's basically saying that they energetically refuse to change. And I need to point this out, energy that refuses to change will either be singing one of two different songs. What are the two songs that energy refuses to change sing? Either woe is me or woe is you, right? And what is the woe is me song, right? You try to go up to someone and say, like, look, there's something here we need to fix. I guess I'm the worst. I guess I'm awful. I can't believe you have to put up with someone like me. I can't, it's terrible. I'm so awful. And you get so lost in the lamentation about how horrible one is, right? The apology, someone stumbling over themselves saying, I'm so sorry I'm like this. And you being like, we could fix this. I'm so sorry I'm like this, because what they're saying is, I'm sorry you have to put up with this, because I'm not changing, right? I'm not changing. It's the energy that says I'm not changing. Like, I'm sorry. Like it's the sorry that says, I'm sorry that this is what you have to navigate. I refuse to change. The other variation of that is the woe is you, which is, there's something we need to fix here. No, it's on you to fix. No, this is your fault. No, I'm not trying to put blame. No, it's your fault. You're always doing this. You're creating problems where they don't exist. Why are you? I wouldn't have done that if you didn't do that. This is your fault. It's up to you to do it. I'm not doing, and again, the same thing. I'm not going to change. So if you're experiencing something in that way, it's okay to separate yourself from that experience, because like, remember, someone is telling you the conditions by which you will find them, right? It's the impossibility point that says, anything you bring towards me, I'm going to find, or like, I'm going to try to overblame myself, right? To make you feel bad about saying it, or I'm going to blame it on you as something to correct, because I'm really saying is, I refuse to change. So I want you to kind of, if you're working through that, I mean, the first thing I want you to do is, I want you to start healing from it. I want you to recognize that you're healing from it. And I want to recognize that your adaptability, and this is why I said healing is consensual, in the sense that someone has to say, like, I'm willing to work with you on something. Because if not, it's like, it's gonna, like, I can kind of see that a lot of this pain that you're having to carry has to do with the fact that, it's like they're putting the weight on you to fix something that isn't your energetic fault. That might be the conversation that you need to have with someone, which is, again, and this is what we say, like, it's not the fact that our love is conditional. But when we start holding compassion for ourselves, we can look at the people we care about and say compassionately, and I see someone helping you with this, saying, like, lovingly, respectfully, you can't speak to me like that, because I care about myself too much. And that is not a space. And I keep on seeing that it's everything you need to know about whether you can keep someone in your life is how they honor the standards that you set in relationality to those interactions. So I want you to kind of think about that in relationality to a circumstance or situation, which, I keep on saying, hearing, I'm willing to engage with you, so long as you honor my standards, so long as these are the agreed upon things. And I keep on hearing your standards are not too much if you're willing to give them to the other person. So you say, like, look, things have gotten kind of off kilter for us. I'd like to navigate us holding these energetic standards in our interactions going forward. And I promise you, I will also work to do the same. Right? So, and I want to say more than anything, with a situation like this, don't let them move you out of alignment with yourself. Don't match energy. Because all you do when you match energy, even if it's valid, all you do when you match energy is help them recognize, say, see, I was right all along. See, I can bring out the worst in you. All I have to do is act horribly, and then I bring out the worst in you, and I go, see, I knew it all along. So I want you to kind of regulate and navigate that by not making an example, but by being an example, articulating the force of change that you're trying to bring to a situation. And you might even I gotta say, if someone is in a space here where, you know, they're creating that difficulty point, you may want to say to them to a certain extent, you know, I'm only willing to communicate with you in this way. I'm only willing to communicate in this fashion because my experience is you're not able to navigate and honor those standards. And I will point out something important here because I have to stress this. If there's something that someone is doing that they don't have control over, if they articulate the fact that they don't have control over it, that is usually evidence of the fact that they need external help with it. Because the moment we say, I don't have control over that, that is something it is okay to get help with. That is literally, those are the words that say, I need assistance with this. So I already know what this bottom of the deck is. I keep on hearing, this is not, the energy cannot have it both ways. They can't be asking things of you and then stepping all over your boundaries in the process, right? They can't depend on you in some way. And then when you come towards them, I keep on hearing, compassion does not require us to be a doormat. And the way we understand that is because as long as the compassion you're giving yourself is the same compassion you would give another person, it's helping another person say, look, like, I will work with you. I love you, but not under these conditions, right? That's not conditional. That's unconditional love. That is unconditional love. Saying to another person, I love you, but I will love you at a distance because I can't navigate these conditions. Your love can be unconditional, but also articulating the fact that you have standards. We honor our love for each other by honoring our standards. Love does not require us to lower them. It requires us to honor them. Thank you so much. And again, sending you so many birthday blessings. And I feel like there's someone in your life that's helping you with this. I see some kind of energetic force here that's, like, again, reaffirming like this work. And so continue to do so, because I feel like I see like you're doing a lot of work and kind of like building something up or finding your courage again. So continue to do so. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Thomas. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can book a reading with me now for Monday if you'd like to be the first person on the list. Next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Thank you for confirming the energy that was that I was reading for. Oh my goodness, Star, I came back from hearing about. Oh wow, I don't even know what you're talking. I don't even know what's going on there, Star. Thank you. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. User 325, thank you for the follow. I jumped into a weird timeline. I'm good now. Okay, you're safe here. You're safe here, Star. Glad to hear it. That's a rough subject. Absolutely. It's always my fault. And I feel like you're starting to understand and heal from that. Like you know that's not true. You're so welcome, Star. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments too. I've been doing that. Thank you as well, Star. Thank you for being here. And Nay, thank you for the follow. Thank you for thank you. Thank you guys for supporting each other through that reading. A lot of heavy energy there. Thank you guys. She's the best wife and she's been there every time. And I see, like, I feel like I can see someone who's got your energetic back there, Thank you. And thank you as well, Sam. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a reading, you can book one for Monday. We're also about to get started on one cards. Hi there, it's Day. Am I still on? Yes, Grace, you're still on the list here. Thank you, Fig. I love this. I love this collective as well. Thank you guys for being a part of it. And May, thank you for the follow. Okay, we are doing Per now. I'm finally reading Spirit. Woo! Hold on a minute. I'm reading. Oh, on Spirit Animals. I'm forgetting to ask over a month now because of all the dreams. I've got you, dear. Hi there, Handel. No, you didn't miss your reading. Oh, did you miss Nikki's reading? No, no, no. She's next. All right. Hi there, Rainbow. Good to see you today. Okay, so we're doing a spirit, animal spirit reading. Is that what I'm picking up here? Got it. Okay, perfect. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Spirit guide animals, please. Thank you. Oh. What's interesting is I see you in some kind of tiger energy right now. But what's interesting about it is, and this is why they're specifically pointing out a tiger, is a tiger chooses when to fight. Tigers have this incredible, like there's a lot of this work here, like, and it's a conversation I keep on hearing about a tiger's stripes. A tiger's stripes give a tiger a gift to be able to choose when to fight because they can effectively stay hidden, right? Like tigers carry around the gift of "it's none of my business" is what I keep on hearing. Tigers carry around the magical gift of "it's none of my business," right? But they can also, but they can decide if it's going to become their business at any minute they want. Is what I keep on seeing. A tiger can decide if it's going to be their business, like any time the mood. They're like, "What did you just say?" Like, so I keep on hearing. Like, what did you just say? It's like it's a little bit of that. Like that's the thing about it, which is like I keep on seeing. It's like it's interesting because it's the energy of a tiger that's like about to pass across something, and then hears something and goes, "Excuse me." Like, excuse me. Um, and I keep on hearing like the messages coming through, and the tiger is basically saying, remember, when you think about things like that, it becomes a point of power. And I keep on hearing like the power of the tiger is like the mantra of this particular tiger spirit is I've decided to make it my business, which is which is it is the facts is, and again I think that it's speaking like that in the space of bully energy, right? Because it feels very connected to Aries. Because often, you know, when something is happening that we feel is not okay, like what will and we try to step in and do something, right? What is like that's why it becomes angelic. Because what when someone else says what business is of yours and another person says I've decided to make it my business is often what we do when we hit when we hit an energetic standard, right? Which is saying to me, so I keep on seeing there's a lot of this work that you're doing right now as it relates to like it's giving me a lot of like silk to steel kind of lessons, heavy, like heavy in the Queen of Swords here, because look at all of these messages I'm seeing, like the beauty and the value of tiger energy is knowing, is walking away from things, not because you're energetically afraid, but you've just decided it's not worth your energetic time, right? Like it's the strength of the tiger being like a tiger doesn't walk away from things because they're afraid. They just decide they've got better things to do. Right? Like this is not my business. This is not my business. It's not my business. Even when someone wants to make it your business, right? Like that's the energy of the tiger. Someone being like, you can't walk away from me, and someone being like, I can do anything I want. That's not my business. Like you can't make your business my business. I get to choose what my business is, right? Versus the second power of the tiger, which is when energy says this is none of your business, and the tiger says everything is my business. I choose what my business is. The tiger has the ability. The tiger has the ability to effectively tell people it's not my you can't make your business my business, right? Like you can't make your business my business. And also, I can make your business my business anytime I want. So I feel like there's a lot of this work that you're doing as it relates to not being energetically triggered, um, to moving, moving, um, like intentionally, and not feeling like you need to over apologize for things, not feeling like you need to bend over backwards, right? It's giving me like a lot of this, like, it's giving me a lot of Virgo and Aries lessons, which is like, I feel like the energy of the tiger is helping you learn how to stand up straight, right? But like, I keep on hearing stand up straight and moving, like slowly, regardless of the energy that is happening around you, right? It's a lot of that, like, get out of the way. it's a, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. You know, like it's a lot in that. Like yeah, very heavy Aries and very heavy Virgo, which is again, it's like walk softly, like um, you know, it's interesting because it's not saying to me walk. It's like you don't need to like it's not walk softly and carry a big stick. It's you don't need to carry a stick, is what I keep on hearing. right? Like it's giving me like a lot of that. It's like working on the summation of understanding the power, like the power. I keep on hearing the power you give others when they demand your attention, right? Versus like versus what you choose to put your attention on when someone's telling you not to worry about something, right? It's very much focused about, I keep on hearing, you control your gaze, right? Like it's the power, I keep on hearing, it's the power of being able to control your gaze, and almost like having that conversation with someone and saying, you can't tell me I have to pay attention here if this is not something I'm inclined to. And via V, the same thing, you can't tell me not to worry about something that I choose to put my gaze upon. So it's interesting because I keep on hearing the power of the tiger is helping you learn how to honor your gaze. Bottom of the deck. And then, oh man, we got the Two of Swords coming up, right? Yeah, because there's that Two of Swords, which is also like, I feel like it's also like a lot of that journey of learning to trust and follow your intuition. You're never late for your own journey. You don't miss anything that's for you, right? So when we feel like that and we show up to circumstances and situations, right, we're attentive. We look around, right? We don't say, why is this happening? We say, what am I supposed to be seeing here? Right? like, what am I looking at? We don't say, why is this happening? The tiger says, what am I looking at? Right? The power of the intentional gaze. That I just keep on hearing. The tiger never says, why is this happening? The tiger says, what am I looking at? What am I seeing? So they're saying like focus on that. Remember your gaze. Your gaze is an honor. And when it's an honor to gaze on things, you always look at the things you see with curiosity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond? And all these are some wild cards, man. I just got to tell you, these are intense, and they're all blue. It's all in the unconscious space, all of them, which is wild. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. Next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed today, but we've got two more personals before we move into one card readings for subscribers. So if you are waiting for your subscription read, just stick around a little bit longer. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button and you'll be eligible for a free card. Also, we're at 65K. If we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a free giveaway. So thank you for tapping the screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages others to who have not been here to come to the live. So thank you for that as well. Reading for Nikki. Just bear with me a moment. All right. Hi there, Handel. How are you doing? They are blending together. Yes. There's always tea. Yes. Hi there, Gog. Welcome, Grand Rising Rainbow. Sip, sip. Per said the tiger. When did Per say the tiger? When did Per say the tiger? Really? Stop. Perfect. When? Like Aries and Gemini do. Yes. Oh, those two get along great too. My best friend is Aries and Gemini. Aries and Gemini, you can't leave those two in a room alone together. Like that, you don't want to leave an Aries and Gemini alone together. that's that's a crime waiting to happen. Aries and Gemini are like, you know what we could do? You know what we could do? Did you see that? You see what I see over there? Yeah, I see it. Like, My grandpa's a Gemini. Oh my, no filter. I mean, I adore Gemini energy for that reason. That is beautiful. I agree. It was a really cool energy to read. Leon, the list is closed, dear, but if you'd like to get on for Monday, the list is open. You'll be the first person read for. Do not type it. Do not type it. Do not type it. I do not. I do not control my game. Heather, I adore you. With a Z. With a Z. That is great. I thought I missed something in the past. And thank you so much for the follow, HJ. I want to borrow my dragon's lion costume. Yes, you're welcome, Per. In your head. Hi there, V. I'm so glad this also connected to for you as well, Nikki. Oh, she says purr. No, she says purr and said, oh no, she says purr, says the tiger. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the tiger was purring. No, I get it. A goldfish. There's a goldfish in here. All right. Amok, amok, amok. Yes, that's exactly. That is exactly an Aries and Gemini together. Amok, amok, amok. Of course, I know you said. I know. I am living. You have made my day, Heather. You have made my day. All right. Second call right now. Nikki, did you post your question? Did I miss it? Is it too hot for TV again? Virgo sun, Aries rising, Gemini moon. Oh, amok, amok. Exactly. You are amok. But no, that Virgo sun's doing the heavy lifting. Virgo sun's like, I cannot take you guys anywhere. Like, you guys are mortifying me. Not here. I'm debating. Okay, take your time. I can move on to the next reading if you need a minute, Nikki. Yes, okay, I did the thing. Oh my gosh! Wow! Congratulations, dear. All right. Can you let me know what you'd like to read for today? Amok amok with precision, yes. Heather, amok amok with precision. Yes. Oh. Oh, and thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Marsha, the list is closed right now, but if you'd like to get on the list for Monday, the list is open. And also we've got two personal readings left before we'll move into one card readings for subscribers. I want to do two topics. Yep, two cards. How my bosses really feel about me resigning. I got you. Okay. Two for coworkers. Yep. Okay. Highest priority messages. Boss. Thank you. Two. Yep. Well, I'll tell you the first thing. I mean, when I'm reading for the energy around the bosses, I see completely like out of nowhere. I see something like that feels like you could have not like someone saying you could have knocked me over with a feather. Could have knocked me over with a feather. All I keep on hearing, could have knocked me over with a feather. But that's why I see someone right now, like I see someone getting out a magnifying glass because I just kind of see a circumstance or situation of someone saying something isn't at the math. You want hearing the math isn't mathing. I hear two people. I hear one person saying, could have knocked me over with the feather. And I see another person going around grabbing other people. I literally see someone grabbing other people, pulling them into their office, saying the math isn't mathing. Tell me what am I missing? I literally see someone saying, what am I missing? No. I see them going, no, there's something more to this. I see someone going, I see someone, I see someone being like, you here. Like I see someone like pulling someone into spaces. to being like, do you have any idea what's going on here? Because I just keep on, like, I hear two people talking and saying something, like, I keep on hearing someone saying something feels rotten in Denmark. Oh my God, like what it like what it like it's like I just keep on seeing someone say, like, I hear them saying something is rotten in Denmark. They're like, something, it doesn't, like, I just keep them going. They're going, this doesn't make any sense. You know, they're going, and that's why I keep on saying, and that's why they're going, nope. And I see them, like, I see one person, like, shaking their head, and the other person trying to understand, like, what's rotten in Denmark, like, trying to, like, figure out what on earth is happening. Um, Now, the energy around it, like the outside energy, I just also see devastation. Like, I see a lot of sadness, and I see a lot of anger, right? I've just got a bunch of energy right now. Um, you know, and that's why I keep on hearing, and that's the thing about it, because I feel like some of this energy is being pulled in, and somebody's saying, why didn't you tell me sooner? Right? And I keep on hearing someone else say, it wasn't my business to say, and said, it was, like, I hear someone saying it was. This, I keep on hearing someone say, this is what happens when you say it's none of my business, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, the tea is now spilled. Like, it's like the tea, like the tea is, there's no tea anymore. The tea's been spilled everywhere, is everything I keep hearing. And so I just keep on seeing a situation where, like, a lot of this energy, and that's the thing that's disappointing about it, is, like, I almost see some energy that recognizes and realizes that they were, like, standing on the sidelines, like, kind of like itching for a fight, instead of potentially thinking about, like, how that type of feeling might feel to the energy around a situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's giving me, like, a lot of this energy that's, like, I keep on seeing, like, I see energy, like, working through something in some way. And, you know, like, I keep on here, I almost hear, like, instead of a fight, now there's a funeral. You know? Like, there you go. You were itching for a fight, now there's a funeral, is what I keep on hearing. So I keep on getting, there's, like, a funerary feeling around something, and I can see a lot of energy, like, working in the context of recognizing and identifying that, you know, like drama's not fun, right? Drama's dynamite, is what I keep on hearing. You know, it's not it's not something to be. I keep on hearing, it's not something to be played with, because somebody inevitably gets hurt, is all I keep on hearing. Um, yeah, that's a big one. Drama is not Yeah, that's what I kept on hearing. Like, that's basically the message I'm reading for the energy around something. The message is coming through is, drama's not tea, drama's dynamite, because somebody ends up getting hurt. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on seeing there's going to be some. I keep on hearing someone say there's going to be some changes around here. Is something I'm hearing. Like, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing the consequences. I keep on hearing, oh, and here come the consequences, like the judgment card, bottom of the deck. The consequences, you know, there's a lot of this. Like, there's like, I keep on hearing, like, it feels like, Like, I feel like there's something here where I feel like somebody feels like they and this is what I mean. Like, I keep on hearing like there's been some kind of perspective change, right? There's been some kind of like it feels it feels like a tide coming in is what I'm getting, because I keep on seeing something where it's like it feels like someone was trying to spin something about you and you just didn't let them, is what I keep on seeing. You know, it almost feels like someone who kept on trying to convince others about something, some way you were, right? And I just see a bunch of energy being like, we've never seen any evidence of that, which means everything you say is hearsay, right? Because that's like I keep on hearing someone say, we never saw any evidence of that, so what you're saying is hearsay, right? And it's almost like energy recognizing and realizing that like what they were that they it almost feels like someone who kept on trying to get you reactive so they could be like, see, I told you, but you never gave them like you never gave them that indulgence. So now I keep on seeing a lot of energy saying, what do you have to say for yourself? Right? Because it's the energy that like I feel like it's somebody who was trying to like paint you in a way that was not in alignment to you. And I feel like now a lot of energy is seeing clearly just how true that was in some way, shape, or form. You know, so I would not be surprised if someone tries to ask you to like there's it feels like there's a lot of conversations opening around something here. So I feel like there's like, you know, I keep on hearing like it feels almost like you've avoided some kind of like bigger drama, if that makes sense. Cause it feels like there was almost like it feels like there was like something here that was like some kind of buildup, but instead you know, like you're like it feels like almost like a little bit of spiritual or energetic protection to a certain extent. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. But I feel like that's why, because I hear like basically you're, you know, you like somebody was trying to make it seem like you were like tea, but instead you're like you're not tea, you're peace. You know, you protect your peace. And so now I see like I feel like it's like somebody's like got egg on their face or somebody is having to explain themselves because something that they kept articulating about you like you know like I keep on seeing someone say now it's like why would you say something like that is what I keep on hearing, you know. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. Sending you so much support, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Next person on the list for today is Grace. Grace, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, Grace is the final reading for today. Once we complete Grace's reading, we will be doing one card readings for subscribers. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. I'll be happy to pull cards for you. And also, we are at 69K likes. When we get to 100K, I will gift a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. Adam, thank you for those gifts. I'm so glad to hear you're feeling relief, dear. All right. Like the Boston Tea Party. Yes. All right. Hold on a minute. No, not Hamlet, Addison. Thank you. Shook. Hold on a minute. Hi there. Marcia, you're saying you're K? Who's, oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean by, oh, you're good? You're doing well, dear? Excellent. Do for all my coworkers. Yep. Thank you. Oh, shook. Thank you, Fig. My boss looked like a deer in headlights. Thank you for confirmation. Stunned. Yeah, the 10 of Pentacles. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to say math isn't mathing. You're right. It doesn't add up. They don't understand now. They investigate. You made a poof of their world. Yep. I held my head high and didn't expose anyone. Walked away with grace and gratitude. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Wish I knew what happened. Thank you. Tea overboard. No one gets any tea. That's all I was seeing. That's what I was thinking when I said tea overboard. Now you get some Brackish Harbor garbage tea. now you get some Brackish Harbor garbage tea. Ultimate Zen move to walk away. Sending some thank you, Blue Doll. Nikki's exit as historically radical as the Boston Tea Party. Hi there, Hardy. That part, drama is not tea, it's dynamite. Thank you for confirmation. Yes. Thank you as well. I feel like they might come to you. Yep. Yep. Sending you support on that journey, Nikki. Good for you. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Sending you so much support, dear. You are peace. Tap to claim, Blue. They couldn't understand why I left the way I did. I didn't know it was April Fool's. Hi there, Fig. Egg on everyone's faces here. Hi there, Grace. I need help on focusing. And thank you again, Nikki, and sending you so much support, dear. All right. That's the opposite of kitten meat. Okay, I see you, Grace. I need help focusing on every aspect of my path. I have a handle, but not tightly yet. Okay, I got you, dear. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Grace? Highest party messages from Spirit. What does Grace need to know right now? Locking in. Wow. You got to give yourself a schedule. You got to give yourself, you got to plot out the day, is what I'm hearing. Because the thing you have to recognize right now is like, and I just want you to recognize, like, you've got a lot of energy, like spiritually and energetically around you, demanding your attention. Like, it can create a lot of like that. Your lack of focus is coming through. It's not because there's a lack of focus. It's there's a lot of energy around you demanding your attention. That's what you have to look at it as. You have to shift the way you're perceiving the lack of focus. It's not a lack of focus if there's a lot of things demanding your attention. So what do you do in situations when there are a lot of things that are demanding your attention? You got to create a system. You got to say, get in line. Like, this is not the time. Like the thing you have to say when you're trying to create a system is now. This is like, now is not the time. And I feel like that's what you have to do right now as it relates to the energetic distraction point. So I want you to like, I'm basically seeing a situation where, first of all, you have to create you have to create some distraction. You can I want you to, first of all, try to create a distraction free zone. Like literally a space that you go to plan, to organize, to contemplate. And there should be nothing around you when you do that except the tools that are needed to do so, right? And nothing, I keep on hearing, nothing happens until you plan your day. And you're going to partition it. You're going to partition it. You're going to say, and if you've got a lot to do, then you're going to partition the day into setting aside the time to do all the things that you need to do. Everything that you're planning on doing right now is achievable, but not if you try to do it all at once. So I want you, the first thing you need to do is I want you to create that list, the list of things that you need to get done. And then I want you to prioritize the list. I want you to write down what the most important things are. And then I want you to break up that list into whatever feels like it's energetically reasonable for the week. And then I want you to break it up into what you can do and is achievable for the day. Because everything I keep on seeing that here is you're like I keep on seeing this is a blessing in disguise. It's giving you, I keep on hearing, like you're getting like Saturn is shifting into Aries and you're getting your time back to be able to move it effectively, right? So I want you to kind of think of yourself right now in terms of like building, I keep on seeing, building that routine for yourself, building out. And again, if you're having a hard time figuring out what that is, then I want you every day contemplating, what's the higher self doing right now? What does it look like? What does their day look like? How are they spending their time? What's the room that they're in? Who are they speaking to? Let that set the template towards what it is that you're moving towards, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you gotta like, I keep on hearing, no, like setting that schedule and then no deviating from it is what I keep on seeing. And that doesn't mean, I keep on saying, it doesn't mean that you can't allow yourself um, like some time to, and again, if and here's the thing about it too, especially as it relates to, um, I keep on getting, especially as it relates to going down rabbit holes, because that's what I meant with energy around you, demanding your attention. I feel like it often creates that space where you find yourself going into a rabbit hole. Look, you can create a space on your calendar that says rabbit hole time. If something starts to make you go down a rabbit hole, you stop, you go, nope, it's not rabbit hole time. Put it on the list. Make a note of it. Do it later. Because something about you being able to be in that space of, again, even, I keep on hearing, even the rabbit hole time can be organized. Like that's called research, is what I keep on hearing. Right? So they're saying, if you're feeling unfocused, define the schedule. And it doesn't require you to get more focused because the schedule will be the focus, right? You don't have to get more focused. You need a foci. So create that foci point via the schedule that you're going to hold to move you towards your manifestation goals right now. Thank you so much, Grace, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We have completed the personal reads for today. We are going to move into one card readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, you can put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can just hit that subscribe button and you'll be eligible for a card as well. Hi there, Monticello. Hope you're doing well today. All right. Avoiding a karmic mess is always a blessing. All right. Hi there. You are peace. Tap to claim. Your Buddha tea. I love it. They couldn't understand why I left the way I did. All right. Hello there. Welcome. 111 Marsha. Tap to claim. No kitten meat here. I feel so much better. I'm so glad that you're feeling better, Nikki. All right. And Heather, welcome. Paula, the list is closed but if you'd like to be on the list for Monday, the list is you can be you'll be the first person read for. But please don't repeat the question in the chat. It's not courteous to those trying to communicate. I'm doing 1-card readings for subscribers. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'll be happy to pull a card for you. The list is closed right now, new, but if you'd like to be on the list for Monday, you'll be the first person read for. All right. Rabbit hole time. You like that, huh? I'm grieving yet and scared, trying to balance. You've got this. You've absolutely got this, Grace. Continue to work on balancing. I want you to remember, I want you to understand you're safe right now. Okay? You're going through a transition. And as long as, in that transitional space, your plan will define the fact that you're moving towards progress. We've got the got done list too right now over on the Discord. If it helps you to kind of put that template there as well, we're here to support you too. Lisa, on relationship. Okay, got it. What to keep in mind moving forward. Highest priority messages, please. 1 card for Lisa. 1 card for Lisa. Also, who is that? Oh, that's interesting. I was trying to see who the second highest gifter was today. I'm not seeing it. Did I not write it down? That's my mistake. All right. Oh, Bridget, I think you were the second highest gifter. That's why. So you get an additional card in your 1 card. All right. Sorry. Apologies for that, Lisa. This is your future. Your future is not going to move like your past, but it's going to remind you a lot about it. Triggers are going to come up. You're going to feel energetically triggered. The difference between reacting to a trigger is articulating through it. So I want you to focus on, again, identifying in those moments, utilizing the heart and the throat chakra to communicate about the fact that you're triggered instead of moving into a defensive space. Yeah. What's so hard is when someone has taken advantage of our vulnerability, we can feel very triggered as we're healing that intimacy. Because I feel like there's a lot of this moment. I was doing this reading for Nikki the other day when we were doing her dream. When we're healing intimacy wounds, it can feel icky because we have to go back into the ick to reclaim the thing that we love. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that you're doing right now as it relates to healing some kind of vulnerability where another person made you feel bad about it via an energetic counterpart is helping you not feel embarrassed about something or working through something in a new way. Thank you. And thank you, Sage, for the follow. It's an identity issue. I can see this. And exactly, Grace, what I said. Meditate upon what the higher self is doing, right? Let that focal point help you build towards it. What is the difference between what you see and where you are right now? Okay? You've got this. Debbie, thank you for the follow. All right. 1 card for love for Lucy, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. You cannot miss what is for you. You are never late to your path. No settling for something. And something that you're asking for, the song you will hear with someone that doesn't have the same manifestation goals as you, is what you're asking for is unreasonable. Bottom of the deck. Our manifestations are always articulated as unreasonable to those that do not share them. I want you to write that down somewhere. Our manifestation goals are always articulated as unreasonable as those who truly do not share them. Don't let that feel like it changes you. Let it inform you. One card for Addison on how to best direct my energy this weekend. Ooh, I love that question. Get it all done. I don't know. This is a good energy for you right now. Knock off that to-do list. Just get things done. Don't procrastinate. Better. It's like ripping off a Band-Aid. Yeah. Hard part first this weekend, you know, particularly in relationality to communication. It's not your responsibility to fix everything. It's your responsibility to move the ball forward. What another person does is entirely that's their that's up to them, right? You stay energetically good with what it is that you can do, and letting them handle the rest. I keep on hearing, I did my best, right? That's how we move towards our manifestations. Moving towards our manifestations is constantly articulating, I did my best. One card, angel led, please, for Ruby. I feel like you're being angelically protected right now for anything that's not for you. But the reason that you could only do that once you were able to choose yourself, right? Like this is saying to me, I see you in this time right now getting a lot of your energy back because you're being able to see with more clarity, like what is in alignment to you versus what feels like it's energetically wasting your time. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Often moving towards healthy energy is being able to see things we could, like, I keep on hearing, I can't unsee that, right? The ability to observe something. I keep on seeing your sight. Your sight is accurate. Trust your sight, right? And again, and I like to point this out, if you see something that doesn't make sense and you articulate it to another person will always come into that space of doing what they can to try to energetically explain something, right? But don't let the past, don't assume the past is happening again. Give someone the benefit of the doubt, right? Give someone the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt, is what I keep hearing. Thank you so much, Ruby, and I hope you're well today. Gia, one card message from Spirit, please. Judgment. Trust your choices right now, right? And I feel like, again, I keep on pointing out, there's something here about remembering that healthy energy honors your no, right? Like being not needing to overextend oneself is what healthy energy doesn't want you depleting yourself, right? Healthy energy is going to honor your no because they're not going to take your no personally because they understand how hard it is for you to give it, right? Your no never creates trauma as long as there's a reason behind it. Trust your instincts. Bridget, one card for the weekend. I love it. One card for Bridget on the weekend, please. Woo, self-care. Follow your bliss. This is every time I read for you right now, they're saying go follow your bliss. Just do something that you haven't done before. Like move into that space. Like it's like giving yourself a treat. You deserve a little treat. Everyone wants Bridget's reading right now. I keep on seeing your guides being like, you deserve a little treat. You're like that is the energy here. Again, looks good, like feels good is good, right? Something that nourishes the body and the soul. One card read for my bestie. Yes, absolutely. One card for Nikki's bestie, please. The song you will hear as you're innovating on something is you're doing it wrong. The song you will hear when you're innovating on something is you're doing it wrong, right? Don't, like, comparison is the thief of joy. Don't focus on doing something the way everyone's doing something, because that's how you find exquisite energy, right? Right. It's giving me a lot of you kind of going freestyle, taking some intuitive leaps, like you learn how to do something perfectly, so then you can do it your way, is what I keep on hearing. It's like putting your own and unique touch to something. One card for Ava on counterpart, please. I keep on hearing somebody's trying to get out of their head. I see someone with a tendency of getting in their head. Also, someone walking more right now. A lot of outdoor activity. Yeah. I feel like somebody's like, getting like feels cooped up. Like I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing them say, I'm not gonna find her sitting around here all day. Is what I keep on hearing. I'm not gonna find her sitting around here all day. Is what I keep hearing. V, one card for what I need to hear right now. Highest priority. Highest priority for V, please. Many things can be happening at once. Many things can be happening at once. A no now might be a not yet. I keep on hearing, don't assume something is happening. Yeah. Don't assume the worst. If you're assuming the worst, you have to also assume the best, right? Plan for the worst, assume the best. Is what I keep on hearing. Like this is what we do, right? I keep on hearing, let it empower you. Don't let it devour you. Let it empower you. Don't let it devour you. One card for Nikki. Oh, I already read for that. What is wrong with you? No, what is wrong with you? This is what I mean. Like this, it's not what it. Thank you. I didn't even see you put that point. There's nothing. What's wrong with you? I didn't even see that when I posted it. Like that is embracing let your flaws become facets. Finding what makes you like just working in that context. Thank you for confirmation. It's that Aries energy. Tate, one card for Tate. Tate, one card on love for Tate. Hi, Tate. So good to see you, dear. Woo! I mean, I feel like there's something unfurling in you. And I keep on hearing it feels like a heart opening. But it's hard because I feel like it's like new work to be navigated. It's having to I see like you kind of working through the difficulty of allowing someone in, right? Remember, we heal from trauma, not to make room for trauma, right? We heal from trauma to allow the joy in, right? It's like a whole different, you might like a whole different ball of wax because it's like not letting the fear get in the way of something that is showing itself to be energetically ideal. Don't let the past interrupt the experience of the present with its presence. The present is the presence, is what I keep on hearing. Hi there, and good to see you, Tate. Hope you're doing well. One card on counterpart for creative, please. I feel like there's something about your divine counterpart that's doing a lot of work and learning how to express their emotions effectively. Like I almost see someone who's like this is invested path work. Like I hear training wheels, like they're working on it. They might even be getting help with it. Yeah, like they realize. I feel like I hear like they realize there's something that they can't do themselves. Like I would almost see someone like it's giving me someone who might be even on the space of like trying to get some therapy. Like remembering sometimes recognizing what we need help with is the strongest thing. I feel like someone is working through that stoic journey. Thank you so much, creative. Blue, welcome. Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us. Tate! All right. Smush Mush, one card. Thank you for becoming a subscriber, please. Highest priority messages. I feel like there's someone around you right now having some kind of emotional breakthrough. you know? Like it's giving me somebody like trying to do a lot of work in communicating their feelings. Um, so make sure you're matching them in that frequency. Yeah, you know, I keep on hearing positive, like you can't fake consistency. And I like to point out healthy, consistent relationship is always adaptable. You know, I almost see someone who's like where there's a, like I feel like you're going through something that's helping you recognize that when someone has their mind set on something, just how much commitment someone can bring forth to that, you know? So don't be reactive, just be communicative in terms of how you're feeling. And don't let the past influence the something that you're having in the present, you know? I keep on hearing you worked for this. Hardy, thank you as well. Hardy, would you like a card? Can you just let me know what your question is if you'd like one, dear? Hi there, user 93. I'm afraid I don't understand what you wrote there, dear. One card for how they're feeling for Chrissy. I see them going through a healing journey. I see someone trying to heal. Bottom of the deck. I feel like I see someone who's recognizing that the thing is when you're not able to communicate, others don't know how much you're hurting. So I see someone trying to like figure out ways of learning how to communicate. I almost see someone like contemplating the fact that they weren't shown or taught how to communicate effectively through like something, you know? Like I see someone like trying to like find a way to articulate upon that instead of react to it. Yes, and birthday blessings, Chrissy. Thank you as well for the roses. US 75 Fig, one card from that energy, please. Whoa, you got two cards flying out. One second. Oh boy, hold on. I feel like I see someone at some kind of energetic impasse point. You know, I don't know if this is a conflict you're having with another person. Like, I feel like there's somebody like I keep on hearing like if you've articulated to someone what it is to come towards you, and that prevents them from coming towards you, then it's usually clarity that you want different things, right? So it feels a lot like somebody going through that energetic impasse point. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I keep on seeing like something about being loud and clear, you know? Like I keep on like there's something about you like no I keep on hearing no mixed signals, you know? No mixed signals are static is what I keep on hearing. But that's why I see like it almost feels to me like you said to someone like I'm not present for static. One card for Whitney, please. Continue to ground right now. You know, if the situation's not ideal, ask yourself what you could be doing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's not your responsibility to fix everything. It's just your responsibility to manage your inch. You know, focus on what you can and work in that context. Everything can be done. Listen, everything can be done in the context of time and priority. So don't overwhelm yourself. Don't take on too much at once. Angel led for Bella. Good to see you today, dear. All right. Um, don't be so hard on yourself. What are you beating yourself up about here? Like this is saying to me, like, it's not your job to be perfect. Remember, healthy partnership relationality, it leaves room for us to understand what we're trying to do better, right? It's not about being perfect. It's about recognizing where we're putting the work in. Yeah, there it is, like Page of Pentacles. I feel like you've got an angelic guide around you saying, if something that used to be your everyday is now your once in a while, Look how far you've come, right? Don't get mad at yourself if you sometimes backslide, because if that's the exception when it used to be the norm, appreciate what that means. Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Confirmation honk, Gia here. I like that. Confirmation honk. You're so welcome, Chrissy. I heard that. You heard it, did you? Excellent. I love that. Thank you as well, Bridget. She's the Queen of Swords. I love it. Crystal, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull cards for you. Blue Doll, like I'm doing the work hard to do everything. Taking care of health, home, family, meditating, but I'm off. Why are you off then? Like, what do you mean? Like, if you're doing all of that, then what do you mean by being off? Like, that's what I mean about this. Like, that says to me, like, that's like off to who? Because that sounds exceptional. Estevan, good to see you, dear. Highest party message around that energy. Got two cards coming out around this. Remember, a no is a not yet. I feel like there's something here where someone's like, give me a minute. And that's why I see don't push on someone too hard. Be a little patient. Something feels like it's coming around in time because it feels like someone trying to like figure out what like I see someone that's like trying to figure out what they can do or figuring out how to work with you, essentially trying to meet in the middle in some way. Yeah, remember, there's no on this. A no might mean not yet, right? So be very patient. And if someone says I can't, say, see if there's some adaptability point is what I keep on seeing. Okay? Something about how you navigate something is going to tell someone all they need to know about who you are and how you stand is what I keep on hearing. You're so welcome, V. Prepare, don't predict. I love that, Nikki. You're so welcome, Blue. Welcome. Addie, one card on relationship, please. I feel like there's a lot, like, I think, again, it's giving me a lot of this, if you build it, they will come. Like, I see you in that space of just working to navigate your own energy, identifying and recognizing what it feels like. This is giving me, I feel like I got a lot of fourth house energy. I'd be curious if you have like a lot of fourth house, like where your fourth house placements are, because I feel like for love, and this is what's difficult around this, it's like you create a feeling of home, but if someone has an unhealed relationship to their past, that's why sometimes you have that habit of others projecting that onto you. That's not your responsibility, is what I'm hearing. Yeah, it's not your responsibility to heal someone's past. We heal it's not your job to save, we don't save ourselves in relationship. We save ourselves for one another. So make sure you're having those energetic conversations, helping someone through something, but also saying, I can't do it for you, right? Thank you as well, Ava. That reading was for Addie, Fig. My inner child is dancing, Tate. Man, it's good to see you. You should pop, you should be in the Discord. Pop in the Discord now and then. Rainbow, one card around that energy. One card. It's giving me a lot of this, like, it's giving me a little of this, like, I'm not touching you, is this bothering you kind of energy, right? Like someone who knows where you're, someone knows where your triggers are. And that's why I keep on hearing, no, they don't. Right? Like it's a lot of that energy of having to say, like, look, I'm not going to get into it with you. I'm just working in the context of what feels like it's energetically best. Yeah. Don't let someone trigger you. I see whatever is effectively happening here. Like I keep on hearing, like communicating through the proper channels, not letting someone build you into a space of feeling energetically. I keep on hearing Nobody can disturb your peace. You choose who disturbs your peace. Even if someone's trying, you get to choose that. So, a lot of that is like being very, I keep on seeing like not letting someone um like get you into a space where you're arguing about things that should be like, if they're being unreasonable, you don't have to tell them why. You say, this is not a conversation I'm willing to have. Like, I keep on hearing circumnavigating a lot of prickliness. Open your heart to me. I love it, Bridget. Okay. Yes, Estevan. So you had 2 cards come out. Did you receive them? Just a minute. I'm so glad, Creative. I hold the lock. Such a good song, Bridget. First time I've seen the Lovers upright in a while. Those cards were fantastic, Tate. Like, it's like love. Like it was like top card, top deck, love, bottom of the deck, love. Like, oh yay, love. Oh no, love. All right. Honestly asking, trying to let myself open heart to other energy. Want to feel I can trust it. Continue that. Again, don't let the past experience spoil your ability to trust again. I think I got skipped accidentally. 1 card for spirit led, please. I got you, Haley. It's saying to me, working on what feels like it's energetically productive. Remember, consistency. You cannot fake consistency. Consistent energy, you always recognize over time. And this is why we have to trust. Because when we are able to trust, we give someone an opportunity to prove they are consistent. Side note, I was at a red light the other day thinking we need to do a group trip. I love that idea, Bridget. And the car in front of me is license plate said for Scotland. Okay, we got to go to Scotland apparently. I'll look into it. I did an open heart chakra meditation while going to bed. Instantly conked out. Oh, that sounds wild. You should post it in the Discord. Who's she on? Fig, did you post your question? Did I miss it? I like that. Estevan, let me know if you got yours. That's very cool. I love that there's a castle in Scotland with your last name. For Chrissy's, it was interesting. You were kind of scratching the card like they're itching. I didn't even realize I was doing that, Nikki. But I mean, again, I see someone like they were working through something, being like, like, is it like, it's like when something's repeating, like, is it me? Like, I see someone like going through something like that. Wait for it. Lovely. Okay. You're welcome. Exactly. Thank you. All right, Ava. You're welcome, Whitney. Beautiful message. You're welcome, Bella. It seems like everything is set up for me to do for exactly doing what you said. Oh, well, I hope that works as confirmation. And they agreed, but I'm afraid they'd say no. Ugh. Sometimes a good thing's a good thing, Fig. Again, hope for the best. Heather, spirit led. Yeah, this is saying to, I mean, if you've healed from something, you don't have to go back in towards it. I need to point out, when someone says they want to have a conversation, like I would like to, I think a conversation with closure. There's no such thing as a closing conversation. A closing conversation opens things up. Is what I get. Yeah, that's often when energy says they need a conversation for closure. It doesn't mean they want a conversation for closure. It means they want to open something back up again. Right? Closure is not something we seek from one another. It's something we find within. You're welcome, Estevan. Oh, me and the sun. The sun doesn't. I need more sun. I have a doctor's note that says I need to be in the sun more. So I think it's the thank you, Fig, for the concern. Hold on a minute. Okay, you did, Estevan. That's wonderful. I heard mine. I was dropping my daughter off and got lost. It's okay, dear. Hi, Kevin. You're welcome. The list isn't open right now, new, but if you'd like to get on for Monday, you'll be the first person read. Crystal, these are 1 card readings for subscribers if you'd like to become a subscriber. Same thing, Rafia. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of the reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. Just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. You can introduce yourself to the collective there in our landing pad. And if you head over to the perks section, you'll find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to the Tarot Church class subscription. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the death card. We are going to be off the next 2 days, but I will be returning for readings on Monday. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications, but sometimes this app doesn't like to push them. So if you'd like to be double notified, register directly for the event. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you so much for your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another and have a beautiful weekend. I will see you on Monday.